The quintessential neoclassical painter, David's monumental canvases were perhaps the final triumph of traditional history painting. Adopting the fashionable Greco-Roman style, David blended these antique subjects with Enlightenment philosophy to create moral exemplars. His linear forms dramatically illustrated narratives that often mirrored contemporary politics. As the premier painter of his day, David served the monarchy of Louis XVI, the post-revolutionary government, and the Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte, despite the radical differences in these ruling regimes. He also ran an important studio where his students would later rebel against his example, sowing the seeds of modernism. Born in Paris to a wealthy family, Jacques-Louis David was raised by his mother's two architect brothers and educated at boarding school following the death of his merchant father in a pistol duel when the future artist was only 9 years old. David defied his family's hopes that he too would train to be an architect or pursue a career in law or medicine by deciding to become an artist. The hugely famous Rococo artist François Boucher was a relative of David's and arranged for the young artist to study with the more fashionable artist Joseph-Marie Vien, believing them to be of compatible styles. While a student, David was maimed during a fencing match with a colleague, a facial injury that compounded a speech impediment. The wound eventually became a non-malignant tumor that made his speech even more difficult and resulted in a visible deformity to his face. Jacques-Louis David's portrait of François Bouron, 1769, is an early work by the celebrated neoclassical painter, completed when he was just 21 years old. This portrait is significant not only as a demonstration of David's developing technical skills, but also as an insight into his early stylistic tendencies before he fully embraced the neoclassical aesthetic. The painting depicts François Bouron, an official in the French administration and the uncle of Jacques-Louis David. It dates from David's period of training and is one of his earliest known works. The composition follows the traditional format of academic portraiture, with the subject shown in a three-quarter view against a neutral background. Buron's direct gaze and composed posture suggest a sense of dignity and confidence, aligning with the conventions of 18th century portraiture, which aim to convey the character and status of the sitter. David employs soft, naturalistic lighting to emphasize the features of Buron's face. The subtle gradation of tones, particularly in the flesh tones and shadows, creates a sense of depth and realism. The color palette is relatively restrained, dominated by earthy tones and muted shades. The subject's clothing is rendered with careful attention to texture, showing David's early skill in painting fabric and materials. Although David later became known for his sharp, highly finished neoclassical style, this portrait still carries some Rococo influences, particularly in its delicate handling of textures and gentle modeling of the face. The brushwork is smooth and precise, showing his early training in the Académie Royale, compared to his later works, which feature more rigid contours and dramatic lighting. Portrait of François Bouron has a softer, more intimate quality. Despite its formal structure, the portrait also captures a degree of psychological depth. Buren's slightly raised eyebrows and calm yet engaging expression suggest an individual of intelligence and authority. This nuanced portrayal of character foreshadows David's later ability to infuse historical and political subjects with psychological intensity. At the time of painting Portrait of François Bouron, David was still a student, competing for the prestigious Prix de Rome, which he eventually won in 1774. This portrait showcases his mastery of academic principles while still carrying traces of the Rococo tradition, which was dominant in France before neoclassicism took hold. As David matured, he moved away from this softer style, adopting sharper contours, stronger contrasts, and grander themes inspired by ancient Roman art. The painting remained with François Bouron's descendants until the death of his last descendant, Baudry, in 1903. It was then sold at the Regnault sale on 22nd June 1905 for 6,000 francs. The painting later passed through several hands. It was sold to Dru at the Victor Gay sale on 23rd April 1909 for 1,500 francs, sold again anonymously on 15th December 1937. It later became part of the collections of Robert Lebel and Madame Gasse. Eventually it was acquired by the Wildenstein Gallery, a renowned art dealership. In 1985 it was sold to its current private owner in New York. While Portrait of François Bouron is not as famous as David's later masterpieces like The Death of Socrates or Napoleon Crossing the Alps, it remains an important early work that highlights his technical skill, attention to detail, and ability to convey character. The painting serves as a bridge between the Rococo sensibility of the late 18th century and the more austere, heroic neoclassical style that David would later define. Additionally, its fascinating provenance reflects its continued appreciation among collectors and art connoisseurs over the centuries. In 1766, he enrolled at the Royal Academy of Painting and Sculpture. Determined to win the prestigious Prix de Rome, which funded a residency in Rome, he was initially unsuccessful in his pursuit. Not a gracious loser, David tried to starve himself to death after losing one attempt and openly disliked the artist, Joseph Benoit Souvet, who won the prize, calling him at a later date ignorant and horrible. He feared that the judges were against him, developing a paranoia that lasted throughout his career. He endured the long and difficult competition 5 times before winning, and upon receiving this coveted prize in 1774, he was said to have remarked, "This is the first time in 4 years that I have begun to draw breath." Jupiter and Antiope is an undated painting believed to be by Jacques-Louis David, one of the most prominent neoclassical painters. However, the authenticity of this work remains a subject of debate, as David disowned most of the paintings he created in his youth. The painting is currently housed at the Musée de Sens in France and was mentioned in the 1989 exhibition catalogue David. Catalogue d'exposition du Musée du Louvre. The painting depicts the mythological story of Jupiter, Zeus, and Antiope, a character from Greek mythology. According to legend, Jupiter transformed himself into a satyr or another being to approach Antiope, a princess of Thebes, resulting in the birth of the twin brothers Amphion and Zethus. In the painting, Jupiter and Antiope are presented in a sensual scene, a characteristic commonly found in mythological works from the Rococo and early neoclassical periods. This demonstrates the transition between the Rococo style, known for its soft and curving lines, and the more realistic depiction of figures associated with neoclassicism. The painting likely follows a triangular or diagonal composition, a common arrangement in 18th century European art. This helps balance the main figures while guiding the viewer's gaze to the focal point of the artwork. Strong contrasts in lighting can be observed, with an external light source illuminating the characters, highlighting their forms, and adding depth to the scene. If the painting is indeed by David, the color scheme is likely subdued with earthy tones, golds, and browns rather than the pastel hues typical of Rococo. This shift reflects the gradual movement towards neoclassicism with its more solemn aesthetic. David was known for his ability to create smooth yet well-defined skin tones. Although this painting does not fully exhibit his mature style, the depiction of Antiope's body may share similarities with later works like The Death of Socrates or Napoleon Crossing the Alps. Although David is primarily associated with neoclassicism, this painting contains elements reminiscent of Rococo, particularly in its poetic depiction of mythology, akin to works by François Boucher or Jean-Honoré Fragonard. This suggests traces of David's early artistic phase before he fully embraced neoclassical severity. Nevertheless, dramatic contrasts, well-defined structures, and strong forms also hint at the emerging neoclassical style. This fusion of Rococo and neoclassicism gives the painting a transitional quality, bridging two artistic movements. An intriguing aspect of Jupiter and Antiope is that the reverse side features a sketch of a young woman. This suggests that the painting may have been an experimental work or an unfinished study by David. Initially, the painting was owned by Marie-Françoise Baudry, David's cousin. It was later inherited by her grandson, Adolphe Guillon, who donated it to the Musée de Sens in 1896. The painting was first published in 1911 by art historian Charles Saunier. Jupiter and Antiope is a painting with contested attribution, but if truly the work of Jacques-Louis David, it provides valuable insight into his early career, during which he was still influenced by Rococo before establishing himself as a master of neoclassicism. Though less renowned than later masterpieces such as The Oath of the Horatii or The Death of Marat, the painting holds significant historical and artistic value. Minerva Fighting Mars, 1771, is an early work by Jacques-Louis David, created during his academic training. The painting was submitted for the prestigious Prix de Rome competition, which David did not win that year. Nevertheless, it showcases his developing mastery of composition, anatomy, and classical subject matter, all of which would later define his neoclassical style. This piece represents a transitional phase in his career, where he was still influenced by the Rococo tradition, but increasingly leaning toward the clarity and grandeur of neoclassicism. The painting depicts Minerva, the Roman equivalent of Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war, engaged in combat with Mars, the god of war. This mythological confrontation symbolizes the triumph of intellect and strategy over brute force. The scene aligns with classical themes that emphasize moral and philosophical ideals, which were central to academic painting during the 18th century. Minerva, often associated with reason and justice, is portrayed as the dominant figure, forcefully repelling Mars, who represents chaos and uncontrolled aggression. This allegorical struggle may reflect broader Enlightenment ideas of rationality prevailing over tyranny and violence, concepts that were gaining prominence in David's time. David structures the composition with a dynamic diagonal arrangement, creating movement and tension between the two figures. The positioning of Minerva and Mars suggests an intense struggle, with their gestures and expressions enhancing the drama of the moment. The dramatic use of chiaroscuro, the contrast between light and dark, heightens the theatricality of the scene, emphasizing the sculptural quality of the figures and adding depth and realism. The color palette consists of earthy tones, deep reds, and ochres, with a subdued background that ensures the central figures stand out, a technique David would refine in his later neoclassical works. Even at this early stage of his career, David demonstrates a strong understanding of human anatomy. The musculature of Mars and the elegant yet forceful pose of Minerva highlight his attention to detail and classical training. The flowing garments of the figures contribute to the dynamic motion of the scene, clinging to the bodies while still conveying movement in a manner reminiscent of classical sculptures and Renaissance influences. At the time of painting Minerva fighting Mars, David was still under the influence of the Rococo style, which was characterized by fluid compositions, decorative elements, and rich colors. However, elements of neoclassicism are already visible in this work. The clear structure and heroic theme anticipate his later masterpieces, such as The Oath of the Horatii, 1784. The emphasis on classical mythology and moral allegory aligns with neoclassical ideals. The shift away from the playful elegance of Rococo towards a more serious and monumental aesthetic foreshadows David's mature style. The battle between Minerva and Mars can be seen as an allegory of wisdom overcoming reckless aggression. This theme may have resonated with contemporary audiences, particularly in the context of 18th century political and intellectual movements. The Enlightenment emphasized reason, logic, and order values embodied by Minerva, while Mars's defeat could symbolize the downfall of unchecked violence and authoritarianism. Although Minerva fighting Mars did not win the Prix de Rome in 1771, it was an important milestone in David's artistic development. His persistence led to success in 1774 when he won the prize with Erasistratus discovering the cause of Antiochus's disease. This painting remains a valuable early example of David's evolving style. It demonstrates his ability to blend dramatic composition, anatomical precision, and classical themes elements that would later establish him as a leading figure in neoclassical art. While Minerva Fighting Mars is not as widely recognized as David's later masterpieces, it provides insight into his artistic growth and the foundation of his future success. Diana and Apollo, Killing Niobe's Children, 1772, is one of Jacques-Louis David's early works, painted during his academic training. It was submitted for the prestigious Prix de Rome competition, but did not secure the award. However, the painting reveals David's growing command of composition, anatomy, and dramatic storytelling. At this stage, his style reflected the lingering influence of Rococo while also hinting at the emerging principles of neoclassicism that would later define his career. The painting depicts the tragic myth of Niobe, a queen of Thebes who, in her hubris, claimed superiority over Leto, the mother of Apollo and Diana, by boasting of her numerous children. In retaliation, the twin deities rained down their wrath upon Niobe's offspring, mercilessly striking them down. David captures this moment of divine punishment with theatrical intensity, emphasizing the despair of Niobe's children and the implacable nature of the gods. The scene is charged with emotion, as some of the children lie lifeless while others attempt to flee, their expressions filled with terror and helplessness. Apollo and Diana, positioned at a distance, are almost detached from the suffering they inflict, reinforcing their divine authority and the inevitability of fate. David structures the painting with a carefully orchestrated composition that guides the viewer's gaze across the canvas, emphasizing movement and urgency. The arrangement of figures creates a cascading effect, illustrating the progression of destruction. The poses of the children vary, some collapsing in grief while others attempt in vain to escape their doom. Diana and Apollo, elevated and distant, appear unyielding and untouched by the chaos below, their placement reinforcing the stark power dynamic between mortals and deities. The dramatic use of chiaroscuro enhances the theatrical impact of the scene. Strong contrasts between light and shadow create depth and emphasize the sculptural quality of the figures. Light falls upon the central victims, drawing attention to their suffering, while the surrounding darkness intensifies the sense of doom. The painting's color palette consists of deep ochres, earth tones, and muted reds, lending the scene a somber and tragic quality. The subdued background allows the central figures to command attention, a technique David would refine in his later neoclassical works. David's anatomical precision is evident in the rendering of the figures, as their contorted postures and muscular structures convey both movement and emotion. The dramatic gestures of the children, whether in anguish, supplication, or futile resistance, enhance the storytelling. The drapery, flowing yet controlled, adds to the composition's dynamism while also recalling classical sculptures, a hallmark of David's developing style. At the time of painting Minerva fighting Mars, David was still under the influence of the Rococo style, which was characterized by fluid compositions, decorative elements, and rich colors. However, elements of neoclassicism are already visible in this work. The clear structure and heroic theme anticipate his later masterpieces, such as The Oath of the Horatii, 1784. The emphasis on classical mythology and moral allegory aligns with neoclassical ideals. The shift away from the playful elegance of Rococo towards a more serious and monumental aesthetic foreshadows David's mature style. At the time of painting Diana and Apollo killing Niobe's children, David was still influenced by the Rococo tradition, particularly in the fluidity of composition and the emotional intensity of the figures. However, the subject matter and its execution demonstrate a clear shift towards neoclassicism. The tragic grandeur, the emphasis on classical mythology, and the moral weight of the narrative align with the ideals that would soon dominate David's artistic approach. The painting's focus on divine justice and human vulnerability prefigures his later historical works, where themes of duty, sacrifice, and fate take center stage. The painting serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of arrogance and the consequences of defying the gods. Niobe's tragic downfall illustrates the inescapable nature of divine retribution, reinforcing the moral lesson of humility before higher powers. The contrast between the passive, merciless executioners and the desperate, suffering victims underscores the disparity between mortals and immortals. By depicting the children in varying states of distress, David not only enhances the dramatic effect but also evokes sympathy, inviting the viewer to reflect on themes of power, fate, and justice. Although Diana and Apollo killing Niobe's children did not win the Prix de Rome in 1772, it was a crucial milestone in David's artistic development. The painting showcases his ability to orchestrate complex compositions, render expressive figures, and convey emotional intensity. These elements would later define his mature neoclassical masterpieces. The work also highlights his growing preference for grand historical and mythological narratives, setting the stage for his later triumphs in the genre. Despite being an early piece, it foreshadows the dramatic storytelling and compositional rigor that would establish David as a leading figure in neoclassical art. Jacques-Louis David's The Death of Seneca, 1773, is a powerful neoclassical painting that captures the dramatic final moments of the Stoic philosopher Seneca. Painted early in David's career, this work showcases his developing mastery of historical painting and foreshadows his later revolutionary themes. The painting depicts the forced suicide of Seneca, a Roman philosopher, dramatist, and advisor to Emperor Nero. Accused of conspiring against Nero, Seneca was ordered to take his own life in 65 CE. Rather than resisting, he accepted his fate with stoic composure, a theme that fascinated Enlightenment thinkers and resonated with neoclassical ideals. The Roman Stoic philosopher is shown having accepted the sentence passed down on him by Emperor Nero despite the fact that it was unjustly ordered. His wife, Paulina, is pictured on the right, being taken away after unsuccessfully attempting to share her husband's fate. Paulina was prevented from dying at Nero's command, once she was already unconscious. David likely drew inspiration from classical texts, particularly Annals by Tacitus, which vividly describes Seneca's painful yet dignified death. His portrayal of Seneca aligns with the neoclassical movement's admiration for antiquity, moral virtue, and rational heroism. David employs a pyramidal composition, drawing attention to Seneca's figure, who serves as the painting's focal point. The philosopher sits at the center, his body emaciated yet noble, conveying both suffering and resilience. The vertical lines of his posture contrast with the more fluid gestures of those around him, reinforcing his steadfastness in the face of death. Other figures in the painting add to the narrative depth. A centurion, dispatched by Nero, witnesses the death, ensuring the emperor's will is carried out. A disciple, positioned to the side, writes down Seneca's last words, preserving his philosophical legacy. According to Tacitus in the Annals, Book 15, Seneca addressed his followers with these final words: "You see that I am not at liberty to requite your services with the last marks of my esteem. One thing, however, still remains. I leave you the example of my life, the best and most precious legacy now in my power. Cherish it in your memory, and you will gain at once the applause due to virtue and the fame of a sincere and generous friendship." The background is relatively dark and minimal, focusing attention on the characters. This restrained use of space enhances the theatricality of the moment, a hallmark of neoclassical painting. David masterfully employs chiaroscuro to heighten the drama. A strong light source illuminates Seneca's body, emphasizing his frail yet muscular physique, a visual nod to ancient sculptures of heroic figures. The contrast between the bright figure and the shadowed surroundings symbolizes the philosopher's inner strength against the darkness of tyranny. The color palette is dominated by earthy tones, ochres, browns, and grays, giving the painting a solemn, timeless quality. The deep reds of the cloth may reference the blood soon to be spilled, adding to the intensity of the scene. Seneca's expression is calm yet intense, embodying stoic endurance. His veins appear strained, highlighting the physical suffering he endures. After having his veins in his arms cut, an act reported by Tacitus as leading to a prolonged period of suffering, Seneca requests that his ankles be cut as well to hasten his demise. His friend and doctor Statius Aeneas administers a dose of hemlock in an attempt to ease the process. However, Seneca continues to suffer, and in the events following the scene depicted in the painting, he is taken to a hot bath where he finally succumbs to his injuries. The surrounding figures display a range of emotions: grief, concern, and solemnity, contrasting with Seneca's self-control. David captures the moment just before the final act of suicide, suspending the viewer in anticipation. This dramatic tension aligns with neoclassical storytelling techniques, which often emphasize rational heroism over raw, emotional outbursts. Despite its focus on Stoic virtue, the painting retains elements of the Rococo style, evident in its more lavish composition. This contrast between the subject's austerity and the artistic approach set by the Academy for the Grand Prix de Rome, the death of Seneca as told by Tacitus, may have contributed to its reception. The jury was not convinced by David's execution, awarding the prize instead to Jean-François Pierre Perron. This marked David's third and penultimate unsuccessful attempt at the Prix de Rome, which he would finally win the following year. Although David would later perfect his neoclassical style in paintings like The Death of Socrates, and 1787, and The Oath of the Heraci, 1784, the death of Seneca already demonstrates his commitment to historical accuracy, moral virtue, and dramatic composition. The painting also reflects Enlightenment ideals, particularly the admiration for philosophical martyrdom and rational thought. The Death of Seneca, 1773, is an early yet significant work by Jacques-Louis David, showcasing his developing neoclassical style. Through masterful composition, dramatic lighting, and a restrained color palette, David captures the essence of Stoic philosophy and the tragedy of Seneca's fate. The painting serves as both a historical depiction and a moral lesson, reflecting the Enlightenment values that shaped David's artistic vision. Though not victorious in its time, this piece laid the foundation for David's later masterpieces, marking a crucial step in his artistic evolution. Jacques-Louis David's Erasistratus. Discovering the cause of Antiochus's disease, in 1774, is a pivotal early work that secured his victory in the prestigious Prix de Rome. This historical painting reflects David's developing mastery of composition, anatomy, and emotional depth, while embodying the neoclassical ideals of reason, virtue, and restrained emotion. The painting is inspired by an episode in Plutarch's Lives concerning the Greek court physician Erasistratus, circa 304, circa 250 before Christ, who served as the royal physician under Seleucus IV Nicator of Syria. Along with Herophilus, Erasistratus founded a school of anatomy in Alexandria, carrying out groundbreaking anatomical research. He is credited for his description of the valves of the heart, and for concluding that the heart was not the center of sensations, but instead functioned as a pump. He was also among the first to distinguish between veins and arteries. David's canvas tells the story of a famous event that involved the physician while working at the court of Seleucus. In his old age, the ruler of Syria had married Stratonice, the young and beautiful daughter of Demetrius Poliorcetes, and she had already borne him a child. Antiochus, Seleucus's son, was suffering from a mysterious malady. In fact, he had fallen desperately in love with his stepmother, but did not disclose his passion, choosing instead to pine away in silence. The physicians were unable to discover the cause of his illness, and Erasistratus himself was at a loss at first until, finding nothing physically amiss, he began to suspect that the problem lay in the prince's mind. Erasistratus confirmed his hypothesis when he observed that Antiochus's skin grew hotter, his color deepened, and his pulse quickened whenever Stratonice came near him. Accordingly, Erasistratus told Seleucus that his son's disease was incurable, for he was in love, and that it was impossible to gratify his passion. The king wondered what the obstacle could be and asked who the lady was. "My wife," replied Erasistratus, after which Seleucus began to persuade him to give her up to his son. The physician then asked him if he would do so himself if it were his wife that the prince was in love with. The king protested that he would most gladly. Then Erasistratus revealed that it was indeed Seleucus's own wife that had inspired Antiochus's passion. Rather than disclose his secret, Antiochus had chosen to die in silence. Moved by his son's suffering, Seleucus honored his word, and not only gave up Stratonice but also resigned several provinces of his empire to him. David's composition focuses on the crucial moment when Erasistratus diagnoses Antiochus's illness as love sickness for his stepmother, heightening the dramatic tension between duty, reason, and emotion. The structured linear composition emphasizes the unfolding revelation. Erasistratus, positioned centrally, extends his arm in explanation, directing the viewer's gaze toward Antiochus, whose weakened state is accentuated by his reclining posture. King Seleucus sits in a posture of concern, embodying the moral weight of the moment. Stratonice stands slightly apart, a mix of surprise and sympathy on her face. The space between the two main groups of characters is deliberately uncluttered, allowing the viewer to absorb the scene without distraction. The arrangement of the confidants and servants is discreet and appropriate, enhancing the authenticity of the setting. This careful structuring reflects David's departure from the extravagant contrasts of his earlier pre-Rome submissions. David's use of light and color heightens the drama while maintaining a sense of restraint. A strong light source illuminates Erasistratus and Antiochus, drawing attention to their expressions and gestures. The king is partially lit, symbolizing his emotional conflict as he processes the revelation. While David later became known for his austere neoclassical palette, this early work still reflects the lingering influence of Rococo. Soft light, reminiscent of François Boucher's works, bathes the scene, while the dramatic postures of the figures hint at Joseph-Marie Vien's emerging classical style. The red fabric draped over Antiochus symbolizes both love and suffering, reinforcing the psychological tension within the painting. One of the painting's most compelling aspects is its psychological nuance. Unlike the overt emotionalism of Baroque art, David's figures exhibit controlled expressions, reflecting Enlightenment ideals of reason and virtue. Erasistratus embodies rationality and scientific progress, standing as a figure of intellect amidst the drama. Antiochus is the picture of suffering, his weakened posture and distant gaze conveying the torment of unfulfilled love. King Seleucus undergoes an internal struggle, torn between his duty as a ruler and his love as a father. His partially shadowed face reinforces this emotional duality. Stratonice, though a passive figure in the narrative, becomes the emotional catalyst of the composition. Her subtle expression adds a layer of tenderness and pathos. The gestures of the figures, though dramatic, still carry a degree of artificiality. The painting lacks the fluid subtlety that David would later master in works such as The Death of Socrates, 1787. This painting marks a crucial step in David's artistic evolution. While still influenced by Rococo aesthetics, its structured composition, noble atmosphere, and emphasis on historical storytelling align with the neoclassical ideals that would define his later works. The architectural elements and elaborate ornamentation evoke the grandeur of an imperial palace, reinforcing the gravity of the scene. The detailed rendering of Antiochus's ailing body and the intricate folds of Erasistratus's red garment showcase David's technical prowess. Unlike his previous competition entries, this painting is composed in a more measured and linear manner, avoiding the exaggerated contrasts that had hindered his earlier submissions. Winning the Prix de Rome allowed David to study in Italy, where he refined his understanding of classical art, leading to masterpieces such as The Oath of the Horatii, 1784, and The Death of Marat, 1793. Erasistratus, discovering the cause of Antiochus's disease, 1774, is a significant milestone in Jacques-Louis David's career. It blends history, psychology, and moral virtue into a compelling narrative that celebrates reason over emotion. Through careful composition, strategic lighting, and nuanced character interaction, David transforms a medical discovery into a powerful reflection on duty and sacrifice. While the painting still carries elements of Rococo stylization, its structured clarity and moral seriousness mark a decisive shift toward neoclassicism. This work not only won David the Prix de Rome, but also set the foundation for his later masterpieces, solidifying his place as one of the most influential painters of his time. Jacques-Louis David's The Funeral of Patroclus, 1778, is a significant early work that reflects his transition from the ornamental Rococo style to the more structured and morally serious neoclassicism. This painting, submitted for the prestigious Prix de Rome, demonstrates David's growing mastery of composition, anatomy, and dramatic storytelling, drawing inspiration from Homer's Iliad. The painting depicts the grand funeral of Patroclus, the beloved companion of Achilles, who was slain by Hector during the Trojan War. Achilles, devastated by his friend's death, organizes an elaborate funeral ceremony, which includes the sacrifice of Trojan captives. David chooses to illustrate a moment of solemnity and ritual, emphasizing the grandeur and tragedy of the event. The composition is complex, with numerous figures arranged in a theatrical yet controlled manner. Achilles, as the central figure, stands in a position of authority, presiding over the proceedings with a dignified and grief-stricken posture. His physical presence dominates the scene, reflecting both his sorrow and his power. The surrounding figures contribute to the emotional gravity of the scene. Some mourn, others prepare the funeral pyre, while the Trojan captives, doomed to be sacrificed, convey fear and resignation. David's handling of light and shadow enhances the dramatic intensity. A strong light source highlights Achilles and the body of Patroclus, drawing the viewer's attention to the emotional core of the painting. The contrast between illuminated and shadowed areas creates depth and adds to the theatricality of the scene, a technique reminiscent of Baroque artists like Caravaggio, yet tempered by the restraint characteristic of neoclassicism. The figure's gestures and expressions, while dramatic, still retain a certain stiffness, reflecting David's early struggles with achieving naturalism. Unlike his later works, where emotion is conveyed with subtlety and precision, the funeral of Patroclus contains some artificiality in movement and pose. This rigidity was one of the reasons why the painting did not secure him the Prix de Rome, which instead went to François-Guillaume Menageot. Despite this, the painting showcases David's technical skill, particularly in the rendering of anatomy and drapery. The muscular physiques of the warriors and the careful folds of their garments demonstrate his keen understanding of classical sculpture and Renaissance influences. The architectural elements in the background, including the funeral pyre, contribute to the sense of grandeur and historical authenticity. Thematically, the funeral of Patroclus embodies neoclassical ideals of heroism, duty, and sacrifice. The focus on Achilles' grief and the ritualistic elements of the funeral highlight the values of honor and loyalty, central to both Greek mythology and Enlightenment thought. This emphasis on moral virtue and historical grandeur would later define David's most celebrated works, such as the Oath of the Horatii, the 1784. In retrospect, this painting represents a crucial step in David's artistic evolution. While it did not win the Prix de Rome, it allowed him to refine his approach to historical painting, leading to greater success in subsequent years. The lessons learned from the funeral of Patroclus in composition, anatomy, and emotional expression paved the way for his later masterpieces, securing his place as a leading figure of neoclassicism. While in Rome, David received his first commission, an altarpiece, St. Roch interceding with the Virgin for the plague-stricken, enter 1780, which brought him great recognition. Realizing that his reputation had been made, he then turned down a scholarship to remain in Rome for another year, returning to Paris to start his career. Jacques-Louis David's Saint Jérôme hears the trumpet of the Last Judgment, 1779, is a striking early work that reflects his emerging neoclassical style while engaging with deeply spiritual and apocalyptic themes. The painting portrays Saint Jérôme, one of Christianity's most venerated scholars and ascetics, at the precise moment he is overcome by the divine call of the Last Judgment. In this scene, Jérôme is depicted with an expression of intense awe and apprehension, his eyes lifted upward as if to perceive an unseen, transcendent sound. His features, marked by wisdom and the passage of time, convey both the burden of his earthly existence and the inevitability of divine reckoning. David structures the composition with meticulous clarity, centering Jérôme against a dramatically darkened background that amplifies the luminous quality of his figure. The use of chiaroscuro is especially effective here. A strong, almost ethereal light falls upon Jérôme's face and upper body, contrasting sharply with the surrounding shadows. This interplay of light and darkness not only adds a three-dimensional quality to the figure, but also symbolically represents the emergence of divine truth from the obscurity of human frailty. The light seems to emanate from an unseen celestial source, evoking the idea of a transcendent power that disrupts the natural order. The palette is dominated by earthy tones intermingled with flashes of brilliant light, creating an atmosphere that is both solemn and charged with spiritual energy. David's attention to detail is evident in the textures of Jérôme's beard and the intricate folds of his garment, which together serve to underscore the physical reality of the saint even as he engages with a metaphysical phenomenon. Although the trumpet itself is not depicted as a tangible object, its presence is felt through the dynamic arrangement of light and the evocative posture of Jérôme, suggesting the sound's powerful, otherworldly resonance. This work also reflects the broader cultural and intellectual currents of the late 18th century. At a time when Enlightenment thought was challenging traditional religious dogmas, David's interpretation of a biblical subject is imbued with both classical restraint and moral urgency. Saint Jérôme is not merely a relic of religious history. He becomes a symbol of the human confrontation with mortality and divine judgment. In his quiet, almost resigned response to the trumpet's call, Jérôme embodies the tension between human reason and the ineffable mysteries of faith, a theme that resonated deeply in an era marked by both scientific inquiry and spiritual questioning. In Saint Jérôme hears the trumpet of the Last Judgment, Jacques-Louis David masterfully combines technical precision with profound emotional and intellectual depth. The painting stands as a meditation on the themes of mortality, divine justice, and the transformative impact of spiritual revelation. Although it precedes his later, more politically charged works, this early piece already demonstrates the qualities that would define David's career: a commitment to clarity, a rigorous approach to form and composition, and an ability to convey complex psychological states through art. Jacques-Louis David's Saint Roch, interceding with the Virgin for the plague-stricken, is a powerful demonstration of his ability to blend classical composition with deeply emotive religious narrative. In this painting, David presents Saint Roch venerated as the patron saint of plague victims, as he fervently implores the Virgin Mary to intercede on behalf of those suffering from the ravages of the plague. The work captures a moment of divine confrontation with human affliction, where the saint's earnest supplication is set against the backdrop of widespread despair. David's composition is marked by its orderly and balanced arrangement, characteristic of neoclassical aesthetics. Saint Roch occupies a central position, his figure rendered with meticulous attention to anatomical precision and dignified posture. He is portrayed in a state of humble urgency, his gesture and gaze directed upward toward the Virgin Mary, who appears as an emblem of compassionate mercy. The Virgin's presence is both serene and commanding. Her calm expression and luminous form create a stark contrast to the suffering visible in the figures of the plague-stricken around her. The interplay of light and shadow in the painting is particularly striking. A focused, almost ethereal light illuminates Saint Roch and the Virgin, emphasizing their spiritual significance and lending a three-dimensional quality to the figures. This dramatic illumination not only guides the viewer's eye to the central act of intercession, but also symbolizes the emergence of divine hope amid the encroaching darkness of human mortality. The use of a warm, glowing palette against darker, muted tones in the background enhances the emotional intensity of the scene, drawing a clear distinction between the divine realm and earthly suffering. David's technical prowess is evident in the careful rendering of textures, the soft folds of fabric, the subtle details in the expressions, and the delicate treatment of anatomical forms. These elements, combined with the overall structured composition, reflect his commitment to clarity and order, even in the depiction of such a turbulent moment. Yet, despite this precision, the painting does not feel cold or detached. Rather, it conveys a palpable sense of empathy and urgency, inviting the viewer to contemplate the tension between human vulnerability and divine intervention. In this work, David not only illustrates a pivotal moment of spiritual intercession, but also engages with the broader cultural and historical context of his time. The themes of suffering, hope, and redemption were especially resonant in an era when society grappled with the recurring threat of epidemics. By choosing Saint Roch as his subject, David underscores the timeless human quest for solace and the belief in the transcendent power of faith to overcome even the gravest of afflictions. Saint Roch, interceding with the Virgin for the plague-stricken, thus stands as a testament to Jacques-Louis David's ability to fuse classical technique with profound emotional depth. It encapsulates his dual commitment to the rational clarity of neoclassicism and to the stirring moral narratives that define his body of work, offering both a masterful technical execution and a moving commentary on the resilience of the human spirit in the face of despair. Jacques-Louis David's equestrian portrait of Count Stanislas Potocki, 1781, exemplifies the artist's mature neoclassical style, merging refined technique with a dynamic representation of aristocratic virtue. In this work, David presents Count Stanislas Potocki, an influential figure of the Polish nobility, in a commanding pose atop his horse. The Count's dignified stance and direct gaze communicate authority and self-assurance, reflecting the Enlightenment ideals of leadership and civic duty. The diagonal thrust provided by the horse's movement injects energy into the portrait, creating an interplay between motion and stillness that reinforces the notion of controlled power. David's precise rendering of the horse's muscular form and the careful detailing of the Count's attire showcase his deep understanding of anatomy and drapery, elements that imbue the work with a timeless elegance. The composition is characterized by clear sculptural lines and a measured color palette. The interplay of light and shadow reminiscent of chiaroscuro techniques highlights the Count's refined features while also lending a three-dimensional quality to both man and beast. This controlled use of light not only accentuates the physical presence of the subject, but also symbolizes the clarity and rationality that were hallmarks of the neoclassical movement. David's work in this portrait marks a significant moment in the revival of equestrian portraiture in late 18th century European painting, a genre that celebrated both the noble character of its subjects and the harmonious relationship between man and nature. Beyond its artistic merits, the painting has a storied modern history that underscores its cultural significance. In December 1944, during the turmoil of the Second World War, the painting was plundered by Nazi German forces and transported to Germany. In 1952, Soviet officials informed the Polish government that by then, the nation was aligned with the Soviet People's Republic, that the portrait was among numerous works from the Wilanów collection restituted by the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics in the aftermath of the war. In 1956, the painting was officially returned to Poland and placed in the collection of the National Museum in Warsaw. Following the end of communist rule in Poland, it was transferred back to Wilanów in 1990 and now enjoys a permanent display at the state-owned Museum of King John III's palace. Today, equestrian portrait of Count Stanislas Potocki is celebrated not only as one of Jacques-Louis David's masterpieces, but also as a symbol of the enduring legacy of neoclassical art. It encapsulates the revival of equestrian portraiture in European painting and serves as a poignant reminder of the tumultuous history that works of art can endure and ultimately help to reconcile. Jacques-Louis David's Belisarius. Begging for alms is a poignant exploration of the fallen hero, reflecting both the grandeur of ancient history and the tragic irony of human fate. In this oil painting, David reimagines the Byzantine general Belisarius, a celebrated military commander known for his valor and loyalty, as a figure reduced to abject poverty. The painting powerfully captures the dramatic reversal of fortune. Once renowned for his strategic genius, Belisarius is now depicted in a moment of humble supplication, his dignity tempered by the weight of misfortune. The composition emphasizes the contrast between former glory and present destitution. Belisarius is shown kneeling, his posture conveying both resignation and a lingering nobility. His tattered garments and weathered features serve as visual metaphors for his fall from power, inviting the viewer to reflect on the capricious nature of fate. David's masterful use of light plays a central role in the work. A soft, somber illumination highlights Belisarius's face and hands, drawing attention to the deep lines of sorrow and introspection that betray his inner turmoil. In contrast, the subdued background reinforces the isolation and abandonment that now define his existence. Technically, the painting is a testament to David's skill in rendering the human form. His precise delineation of anatomical details, from the texture of worn fabric to the subtle gradations of skin tone, imbues the figure of Belisarius with a palpable sense of humanity and enduring dignity. The interplay of light and shadow not only adds depth but also symbolizes the tension between past honor and present humility, a recurrent theme in neoclassical art. Historically and allegorically, Belisarius's story has long fascinated artists and writers. According to legend, the great general was deliberately reduced to beggary, either as a test of his humility or as a tragic consequence of court intrigue despite his illustrious service. In David's interpretation, this narrative becomes a meditation on the ephemeral nature of power and the often unforgiving tides of fate. The painting invites viewers to ponder the vulnerability of even the most heroic figures when confronted with forces beyond their control. Moreover, Belisarius begging for alms resonates as a moral commentary on the cost of unwavering loyalty and duty. The tragic plight of Belisarius, stripped of his former eminence, reflects the broader human experience. That honor and greatness are both fragile and transient. Through this work, David challenges us to consider the paradox of public virtue, how those who serve selflessly may ultimately be humbled by the very system they uphold. In capturing this complex interplay of loss, dignity, and the inexorable march of time, Jacques-Louis David not only cements his reputation as a master of neoclassical painting, but also offers a timeless reflection on the nature of heroism. Belisarius begging for alms remains one of his most evocative compositions, a stirring reminder that even the greatest among us may be reduced to supplication in the face of fate. The artist returned to the subject in 1784, producing a smaller canvas with minor changes, which is in the collection of the Louvre. Jacques Louis David's Christ on the Cross, 1782, is a compelling reimagining of one of Christianity's most pivotal moments, rendered with the clarity and restrained emotion characteristic of neoclassical art. In this work, David revisits the crucifixion with a focus not on dramatic theatricality, but on the dignified suffering and transcendent grace of Christ. The composition is centered on the figure of Christ on the cross, rendered with meticulous attention to anatomical precision and balanced proportions, a testament to David's deep understanding of classical form. In this painting, Christ is portrayed with a calm, almost stoic expression, even in the midst of physical agony. The artist employs a subtle interplay of light and shadow to highlight the contours of Christ's body, drawing the viewer's eye to the expression of both pain and serene acceptance. This careful use of chiaroscuro not only adds depth to the figure, but also imbues the scene with a sense of spiritual illumination, suggesting that even in suffering, there is a divine order and purpose. The background is deliberately kept minimal, allowing the viewer to focus on the central narrative of sacrifice and redemption. This reduction of extraneous detail is a hallmark of neoclassical aesthetics, emphasizing clarity, order, and the moral gravity of the subject. David's restrained palette, dominated by earthy tones and soft highlights, further enhances the contemplative atmosphere, inviting viewers to meditate on the nature of suffering and the promise of salvation. Beyond its technical excellence, Christ on the Cross is imbued with profound symbolic meaning. The cross itself is not merely a symbol of death, but a representation of divine sacrifice and the transformative power of faith. Christ's composed demeanor in the face of immense physical pain serves as a powerful counterpoint to the turmoil of his fate, embodying the neoclassical ideal of rational heroism even amid profound adversity. This portrayal reflects Enlightenment values, where reason and dignity are paramount, even in the midst of extreme human suffering. David's interpretation of the crucifixion in this painting marks a significant departure from the ornate, emotionally charged depictions of the Baroque period. Instead, he offers a vision of Christ that is both timeless and introspective, a study in the interplay between human vulnerability and divine transcendence. In doing so, David not only reaffirms his mastery of classical techniques, but also invites the viewer to consider the enduring relevance of these themes in the context of both art and human experience. Christ on the Cross, 1782, stands as a testament to Jacques Louis David's ability to transform a traditional religious subject into a meditation on the nature of sacrifice, resilience, and the search for spiritual meaning. Through its balanced composition, refined technique, and profound emotional depth, the painting remains a powerful reflection on the human condition and the eternal interplay between suffering and redemption. In Paris, David was known for his art and his bold, sometimes controversial behavior, which was often at odds with the French Royal Academy. Despite his arrogance and his failure to follow proper procedures for exhibiting his paintings, the detailed execution of his works and their highly dramatic narratives made him the leader of the new classicizing style. This built upon mid-century criticism of the Rococo, which catered to aristocratic tastes with decorative, often immoral paintings of leisure. Denis Diderot had been particularly outspoken about the need to redefine art as an educational tool that conveyed proper civic virtues to a wide audience. David's style even attracted the attention of future American President Thomas Jefferson, then in Paris as the American minister to France. After seeing the Salon of 1787, Jefferson declared, "The best thing is the death of Socrates by David, and a superb one it is." Jacques-Louis David's Andromache Mourning Hector, 1783, is a powerful oil-on-canvas work that captures a heart-rending moment from Homer's Iliad. In this painting, David presents the grief-stricken Andromache, whose sorrow over the loss of her husband Hector killed by Achilles is poignantly conveyed. Comforted by her young son Astyanax, Andromache's posture and expression embody the tragic dignity of a woman confronted by the devastating consequences of war. The composition is marked by its clarity and restraint, hallmarks of the neoclassical style. David organizes the figures with a careful balance. Andromache occupies the central space, her face a mask of sorrow, yet also a quiet strength. The gentle presence of Astyanax beside her provides a subtle counterpoint to her grief, suggesting both the continuity of life and the vulnerability of innocence in times of loss. The overall arrangement of the figures and the sparing use of extraneous detail allow the viewer to focus on the emotional interplay between mother and son, enhancing the narrative's dramatic impact. David's use of light and shadow further reinforces the solemn mood of the scene. Soft illumination highlights the contours of Andromache's face and the delicate features of Astyanax, drawing attention to the intimate moment of mourning. The muted background serves to isolate the figures, emphasizing their isolation in grief and the timeless quality of their suffering. This treatment not only underscores the neoclassical commitment to clarity and simplicity, but also evokes a sense of reverence for the classical past. Historically, this painting holds significant importance in David's career. Presented on 23 August 1783, Andromache Mourning Hector was a critical success that led to David's election to the Académie Royale in 1784. The work established him as a leading figure in the neoclassical movement and showcased his ability to blend classical subject matter with profound emotional expression. By reinterpreting a moment from the Iliad with sensitivity and disciplined composition, David not only celebrated the virtues of heroism and sacrifice, but also highlighted the enduring human cost of conflict. In Andromache Mourning Hector, Jacques-Louis David combines technical mastery with deep emotional insight, creating a work that is as much a meditation on personal loss as it is a reflection of broader themes of honor, duty, and the passage of time. The painting remains a testament to David's talent and his capacity to render classical narratives in a manner that speaks powerfully to the human experience. Beyond its immediate emotional impact, the painting also exemplifies David's meticulous attention to detail and his ability to convey narrative through subtle visual cues. The refined brushwork that delineates the textures of fabric and the soft modeling of flesh brings a palpable realism to the scene, while the carefully controlled color palette enhances the solemn atmosphere. Such technical proficiency not only anchors the work in the traditions of neoclassicism, but also elevates the narrative, inviting viewers to contemplate the fragile boundary between public honor and private grief. Furthermore, David's interpretation of Andromache's mourning extends its significance beyond a simple retelling of myth. By highlighting the human cost of war and the inevitable sorrow that follows heroic sacrifice, the painting resonates with the Enlightenment ideals of rationality and empathy. It serves as both a tribute to classical antiquity and a commentary on the moral responsibilities of leadership, urging its audience to reflect on the enduring impact of loss and the quiet resilience required to endure it. Ultimately, Andromache mourning Hector not only solidified Jacques-Louis David's reputation as a master of historical painting, but also influenced subsequent generations of artists in their portrayal of emotional and narrative depth. Its success at the Académie Royale paved the way for David's later, more politically charged works, while its enduring themes continue to inspire discussions on the interplay between duty, loss, and the human spirit. Jacques-Louis David's portrait of Alphonse Leroy, 1783, is a striking oil-on-canvas portrait that embodies the artist's mastery of neoclassical portraiture. Depicting the renowned physician and man-midwife Alphonse Leroy, the painting presents an image of intellectual rigor and quiet dignity. Unlike the grand historical compositions for which David is best known, this portrait is more restrained. Yet it carries the same weight of psychological depth and meticulous formal execution. Now housed in the Musée Fabre in Montpellier, which acquired it in 1829, the painting remains an excellent example of David's ability to convey both the personal character of his subjects and the broader ideals of the Enlightenment. At the heart of the composition is Leroy himself, seated in a dark setting, his gaze directed outward as though caught in a moment of deep contemplation. The dramatic chiaroscuro contrasting light and dark lends a sculptural quality to his features, emphasizing his intelligence and quiet authority. Unlike the opulent, idealized depictions typical of 18th century portraiture, David chooses a more subdued and realistic approach, presenting Leroy in everyday clothing rather than elaborate finery. This choice reinforces the Enlightenment ideal of reason and scientific inquiry, positioning Leroy not as a figure of aristocratic power, but as a man dedicated to knowledge and human progress. A particularly significant aspect of the painting is the book resting beneath Leroy's hand, a visual cue that suggests both his profession and his scholarly pursuits. David often used such symbolic elements in his portraits to reinforce the identity of his sitters. Here, the book is more than a prop. It is a statement of Leroy's intellectual engagement and his contributions to medicine. His hands, rendered with careful precision, further communicate his role as a healer, emphasizing the connection between thought and action. The composition's austerity, characterized by a limited color palette and minimal background details, enhances the psychological intensity of the work. This restrained approach aligns with David's growing commitment to neoclassicism, moving away from the elaborate embellishments of the Rococo period in favor of a more disciplined, introspective style. The play of light across Leroy's face and hands directs attention to his expressive features, capturing the depth of character and wisdom that define him. Beyond its artistic qualities, Portrait of Alphonse Leroy also serves as a reflection of the changing social landscape of late 18th century France. At a time when intellectuals and professionals were gaining greater prominence, David's portrait elevates the figure of a physician to a status once reserved for nobility. By portraying Leroy with solemn dignity and without ostentation, David underscores the value of reason, scientific inquiry, and civic duty core tenets of the Enlightenment that would soon play a pivotal role in shaping the French Revolution. In many ways, this portrait foreshadows David's later works, which would become more politically charged as France entered a period of radical transformation. While Portrait of Alphonse Leroy is not overtly revolutionary, its understated gravitas and focus on intellectual merit, rather than aristocratic privilege, hint at the shifting values of the time. The painting remains an enduring testament to David's skill as a portraitist and his ability to infuse his subjects with both individuality and universal significance. Ultimately, Portrait of Alphonse Leroy stands as more than just a likeness of a physician. It is a meditation on the virtues of knowledge, discipline, and personal integrity. Through careful composition, controlled lighting, and symbolic elements, Jacques-Louis David succeeds in creating a portrait that is as much a tribute to the ideals of the Enlightenment as it is to the man himself. Jacques-Louis David's Oath of the Horatii, Le Serment des Horatiques, painted between 1784 and 1785 and now housed in the Louvre, stands as a monumental example of neoclassical art and a powerful emblem of civic virtue and patriotism. Based on a story from Roman legend recounted by Livy in his History of Rome, the painting depicts a dramatic moment when three brothers of the Horatii family pledge their unwavering loyalty to Rome by swearing an oath before their father. Their resolute gesture, with arms outstretched and swords in hand, symbolizes their willingness to sacrifice their lives for the greater good of their country. On the left side of the canvas, three young soldiers reach toward their father, their bodies taut with determination and every muscle actively engaged to express their selflessness and bravery. These Roman Horatii brothers are destined to battle against three Curiati brothers from Alba Longa to settle a territorial dispute between their city-states. They stand united, prepared to fight to the death for home and family, a vivid portrayal of masculine courage and moral integrity. Notably, David invented the element of the sons swearing an oath to their father, a dramatic condensation of the epic narrative that is absent from the written history and contemporary stage productions, to create a singular, emotionally charged moment that encapsulates the moral implications of duty and honor. In striking contrast, the right side of the painting presents a group of women and children who collapse together in grief and fear. Here, David portrays the human cost of conflict. One of the Curiati is married to a Harachi, while a Harati's sister is engaged to a Curiati, and their divided loyalties are palpable in their tearful expressions. This juxtaposition of the heroic and resolute male figures with the sorrowful, uncertain female figures not only divides the canvas into distinct roles, but also underscores the stark contrast between public duty and private loss. The clarity and severity of the composition are further enhanced by the bare, stage-like setting defined by sparse arches in the background. This architectural framework eliminates any distraction, ensuring that every figure and object contributes to the central moral lesson. David's masterful use of light and shadow, illuminating the determined faces and taut muscles of the Harachi while casting a more subdued glow on the grieving figures, reinforces the emotional intensity and thematic clarity of the work. The restrained color palette, dominated by earthy tones with vivid accents of red, evokes the themes of blood, honor, and valor that are central to the narrative. Beyond its technical and compositional brilliance, Oath of the Harachi is steeped in both personal and political context. Following his election to the Salon, David was granted the rare privilege of lodging in the Louvre by the king. During the arrangement, the contractor M. Pecul even proposed that David marry his daughter, Marguerite Charlotte, a union that brought him financial security and enabled his studio to flourish with as many as 50 pupils. Initially commissioned to paint Horace defended by his father, David boldly declared, "Only in Rome can I paint Romans." With funds provided by his father-in-law, he journeyed to Rome with his wife and 3 students, where he conceived and executed this masterpiece imbued with Enlightenment values and echoing Rousseau's social contract. Originally commissioned by the king's assistant d'Angevilliers as an allegory on loyalty to the state, Oath of the Harachi departed from the intended narrative to capture a more progressive and politically resonant scene. Its emphasis on selflessness, fraternity, and heroic sacrifice soon struck a chord with a French public on the cusp of revolution. Though the work was his first royal commission and its patriotic message was conceived with the monarchy in mind, its themes of duty and sacrifice ultimately aligned with the rising revolutionary sentiments that would erupt in 1789. In sum, Oath of the Harachi is a masterful synthesis of classical narrative, technical precision, and politically charged symbolism. Through its disciplined composition, dramatic interplay of light and shadow, and poignant contrasts between heroic resolve and personal grief, the painting not only encapsulates the spirit of neoclassicism, but also anticipates the revolutionary fervor that would soon transform French society. Today, it endures as a timeless testament to the ideals of duty, reason, and the transformative power of self-sacrifice. Jacques-Louis David's The Vestal Virgin is a striking example of neoclassical art, where the artist employs the clarity, order, and moral seriousness characteristic of his mature style to elevate a subject drawn from ancient Roman tradition. In this oil-on-canvas painting, David portrays a Vestal Virgin, a priestess devoted to the goddess Vesta, embodying purity, duty, and the timeless virtues of classical antiquity. At the center of the composition, the Vestal Virgin is depicted with a dignified, meditative posture. Her serene expression and measured gaze reflect an inner resolve and moral fortitude, underscoring her role as both a guardian of sacred fire and a symbol of chastity. David renders her figure with meticulous attention to detail. The soft folds of her draped garment and the subtle play of light on her form evoke the refined elegance of classical sculpture. The smooth, clear contours of her body and the austere simplicity of her attire emphasize a disciplined aesthetic that aligns with Enlightenment ideals. The background of the painting is equally deliberate in its austerity. Hints of classical architecture suggested by sparse, softly modeled arches or columns provide a context that transports the viewer to the world of ancient Rome. This minimalist setting eliminates any extraneous detail, allowing the focus to remain entirely on the Vestal Virgin. The carefully controlled lighting, with a clear division between illuminated areas and deeper shadows, not only accentuates the figure's sculptural quality, but also symbolically reinforces the contrast between divine purity and the mortal world. David's use of a restrained color palette further enhances the work's overall impact. Earthy tones and gentle highlights lend the painting a calm and meditative atmosphere, evoking a sense of timelessness and reinforcing the connection between the subject and the enduring values of classical civilization. The clarity of the tonal contrasts, so central to David's style, serves to heighten the moral message embedded in the image, the pursuit of virtue, rationality, and civic duty. Beyond its technical excellence, the Vestal Virgin resonates with a deeper ideological significance. By choosing a subject drawn from the revered traditions of ancient Rome, David not only pays homage to the moral and religious practices of antiquity, but also engages with the intellectual currents of his own time. In an era when the ideals of the Enlightenment were challenging established social and political hierarchies, the figure of the Vestal Virgin came to symbolize not merely personal purity, but also the noble virtues required for the maintenance of the state and the common good. In this painting, David's disciplined approach, marked by a stage-like setting, balanced composition, and rigorous, linear clarity, invites viewers to reflect on the role of individual virtue in the broader context of civic responsibility. The Vestal Virgin, with her calm demeanor and refined presentation, stands as an enduring emblem of moral strength and resilience. Her portrayal suggests that true power lies not in the ostentation of wealth or force, but in the quiet, steadfast commitment to higher principles. Ultimately, the Vestal Virgin exemplifies David's ability to blend aesthetic beauty with profound ethical commentary. It is a work that speaks to the timeless interplay between personal virtue and public duty, a theme that continues to captivate audiences and underscore the lasting influence of neoclassical art on our understanding of history, morality, and the human condition. Jacques-Louis David's The Death of Socrates, French, La Mort de Socrate, painted in 1787, stands as a masterful embodiment of neoclassical ideals, merging dramatic narrative with rigorous classical form and moral purpose. Based on the execution of the ancient Greek philosopher as recounted in Plato's Phaedo, the painting captures the final, dignified moments of Socrates as he prepares to drink the poison hemlocker sentence handed down for corrupting the youth of Athens and introducing unfamiliar deities. At the center of the composition, Socrates is portrayed as an aged man in a white robe, sitting upright on a simple bed. His face, rendered with idealized features that smooth over the roughness noted in classical busts, reflects a calm, resolute acceptance of his fate. With one hand extended over the cup of hemlock and the other gesturing as if to impart a final lesson, Socrates continues to teach even in his final moments. This gesture is laden with meaning. It is a final act of philosophical instruction, emphasizing that the pursuit of truth and virtue transcends the boundaries of life and death. Surrounding Socrates are his distraught disciples and other figures of varying ages, whose expressions of grief and alarm provide a stark contrast to his stoic demeanor. One young man, responsible for handing Socrates the cup, averts his gaze and hides his face with his other hand, an embodiment of human vulnerability and the terror of facing loss. Another figure clutches Socrates' thigh in a gesture that speaks to both desperation and a yearning to hold on to the wisdom of their mentor. In these interactions, David not only highlights the personal cost of adhering to one's principles, but also underscores the broader impact of Socratic philosophy on his followers. David's use of light and shadow is both dramatic and symbolic. A focused, almost celestial light bathes Socrates, and the figure identified as Plato portrayed here as an older man seated at the foot of the bed, despite historical accounts that suggest a younger age. This illumination serves to elevate the central figures, imbuing them with a near-hallowed quality, while the surrounding figures are cast in softer, more diffused shadows that enhance their emotional distress. The palette is carefully chosen. Muted reds gradually intensify toward the center, culminating in the vibrant red of the robe worn by the man holding the cup, while the blue and white tones on Socrates and Plato evoke a sense of calm and rationality amidst chaos. Beyond its immediate emotional impact, the painting is also a study in compositional discipline and narrative condensation. David deliberately streamlines the dramatic episode from Plato's text by removing several characters and focusing on a few pivotal moments. For instance, the inclusion of Apollodorus shown, leaning against a wall near an arch, contrasts with the more restrained grief that Socrates himself espouses by sending him away in the original account. By doing so, David intensifies the emotional charge of the scene, ensuring that every figure on the canvas contributes to the central theme, the philosopher's courageous engagement with death. Moreover, the painting serves as an allegory for the Enlightenment ideals that were stirring in late 18th century France. In depicting Socrates as a man who meets death not with despair, but with unwavering resolve, David offers a powerful commentary on the virtue of intellectual integrity. Socrates' calm is presented as a model of how one should face the unknown, not with terror, but with reason and a commitment to truth. His final act, even as he surrenders to the inevitability of death, is an enduring lesson on the supremacy of the mind and spirit over bodily existence. The technical execution of the painting further reinforces its thematic depth. David's precise brushwork and clear linearity hallmarks of the neoclassical style imbue the scene with a sculptural quality reminiscent of ancient marble statues. The architectural suggestion of the simple setting, with its measured proportions and unobtrusive background, focuses all attention on the human drama unfolding in the foreground. In this austere environment, the emotional intensity of the moment is heightened, and the viewer is invited to contemplate not only the sacrifice of one man, but also the broader implications of living a life committed to principle. The moralizing themes embedded in the canvas resonated powerfully in the context of its time. Exhibited at the Salon of 1787, The Death of Socrates quickly garnered admiration for its clarity of narrative and purity of sentiment. David's deliberate idealization of Socrates, combined with his careful manipulation of light, color, and composition, ensured that the painting communicated a timeless message: that true wisdom, ethical commitment, and the courage to stand by one's beliefs can transform even the moment of death into a lesson for posterity. In sum, the death of Socrates is not only a visual recounting of a historical and philosophical event. It is a meditation on the nature of sacrifice, the power of reason, and the enduring impact of moral courage. Through its disciplined composition, dynamic use of light and shadow, and emotionally charged figures, the painting invites viewers to reflect on the eternal struggle between the fleeting nature of human life and the enduring legacy of truth and virtue. The wealth of David's wife Suzanne, with whom he would have 4 children, helped support their family along with the fees he received for portraits of wealthy and prominent French families, as well as his royal commissions. As a member of the Academy, David took on many pupils with one of the most popular painting studios where young artists could apprentice. This School of David would spawn the next generation of French painters, although many of them would rebel against the style of their teacher. In turn, David was not above petty jealousies when a student received too much recognition, or David perceived they were threatening his own artistic standing. Jacques-Louis David's portrait of Antoine and Marie-Anne Lavoisier, painted in 1788, is a masterful double portrait that encapsulates the spirit of enlightenment through the depiction of scientific genius and intellectual partnership. Commissioned at a time when reason and progress were at the forefront of cultural values, the painting celebrates both Antoine Lavoisier, the father of modern chemistry, and his wife and collaborator, Marie-Anne Pierrette Pols, highlighting their joint contribution to the chemical revolution in France. In this portrait, David employs his characteristic neoclassical style, marked by clarity, balance, and a refined simplicity that directs attention to the subject's dignified expressions and thoughtful poses. Lavoisier is depicted with an air of quiet authority. His calm, measured gaze and composed demeanor reflect his deep commitment to scientific inquiry and rationality. His posture and the subtle detailing of his attire underscore the discipline and precision that were essential to his groundbreaking work in chemistry. Most notably, his contributions to the understanding of combustion and the conservation of mass. Beside him, Marie-Anne is portrayed not merely as a companion, but as an intellectual equal, her presence affirming the vital role she played in her husband's scientific endeavors. Her poised and attentive expression, combined with the meticulous rendering of her features and attire, signals her active participation in the world of science, a realm that, at the time, was rarely open to women. The composition of the double portrait emphasizes symmetry and mutual respect, as both figures share equal visual weight. This balanced arrangement reflects the Enlightenment ideal that progress in science is a collective endeavor, transcending traditional gender roles and celebrating collaboration. David's use of light and shadow further enhances the portrait's intellectual and moral gravitas. A soft, focused light illuminates the faces of the Lavoisier, lending their features a luminous quality that suggests enlightenment, both in the literal sense and in the metaphorical sense of intellectual illumination. The neutral, unobtrusive background characteristic of David's neoclassical approach ensures that the viewer's attention remains fixed on the couple, allowing their expressions, gestures, and the subtle interplay between them to convey a narrative of shared discovery and determination. Symbolism also plays a significant role in the composition. Small details, perhaps a scientific instrument, a book or other objects included in the portrait serve as visual cues to their scientific work and achievements. These elements, rendered with precision and care, speak to the Lavoisier's pioneering contributions and their status as leading figures in the world of science. The portrait, in effect, becomes a visual manifesto of the Enlightenment, where the pursuit of knowledge, the power of reason, and the value of intellectual partnership are celebrated. Furthermore, the painting can be read as a reflection of the evolving role of science in society during the late 18th century. By presenting Antoine and Marie-Anne Lavoisier together, David underscores the transformative impact of scientific progress on modern life, a message that resonated deeply in an era of social, political, and cultural change. The double portrait not only immortalizes two of the most influential figures in the history of chemistry, but also encapsulates the broader ideals of progress, innovation, and the collective pursuit of truth that defined the Enlightenment. In sum, Portrait of Antoine and Marie-Anne Lavoisier is a testament to Jacques-Louis David's ability to blend technical mastery with profound thematic depth through its disciplined composition, balanced portrayal of its subjects, and the rich symbolism interwoven into its details. The painting stands as an enduring tribute to the power of reason and the transformative potential of intellectual collaboration, a legacy that continues to inspire admiration for both the artist and the scientific pioneers he immortalized. Jacques-Louis David's The Loves of Paris and Helen, 1788, is a richly layered work that exemplifies the neoclassical ideal of harmonizing mythological subject matter with refined formal clarity and emotional restraint. In this painting, David explores the fabled romance between Paris, the Trojan prince, and Helen, whose beauty was legendary and whose love, whether fateful or transcendent, became the catalyst for the Trojan War. Through his meticulous composition and controlled palette, David transforms this myth into a meditation on the interplay between beauty, desire, and the potential for both creation and destruction inherent in love. At the heart of the composition, Paris and Helen are depicted as idealized, almost sculptural figures whose physical forms echo the classical tradition. David renders Paris with a poised elegance, his youthful features and relaxed yet confident posture suggesting both bravery and refined sensibility. Helen, in turn, is portrayed with luminous grace. Her delicate features and soft drapery convey an aura of otherworldly beauty. The two figures are arranged in a dynamic yet balanced interplay, whether through an exchange of tender glances or subtle gestures that hint at a shared intimacy, inviting the viewer to contemplate the nature of their relationship. This careful arrangement not only emphasizes the physical allure of the subjects, but also serves as an allegory for the unifying power of love that transcends mere physicality. David's mastery is evident in his use of light and color throughout the painting. The composition is suffused with a gentle, harmonious light that highlights the radiant skin of the lovers and the intricate textures of their garments. This illumination creates a luminous focal point around the pair, contrasting with a more subdued background that hints at an idyllic, perhaps even mythic, setting. The restrained yet deliberate color palette, characterized by soft earth tones and muted hues punctuated by subtle accents, reinforces the sense of calm and order that is central to the neoclassical aesthetic, while also underscoring the emotional serenity that defines the lovers' exchange. Beyond its technical virtuosity, The Loves of Paris and Helen engages with deeper thematic concerns that were particularly resonant in the late 18th century. In choosing this subject, David not only celebrates the timeless allure of classical antiquity, but also reflects Enlightenment ideals, valuing reason, order, and beauty. The painting suggests that love, when idealized, can be a force for both personal transcendence and social harmony. Yet it also carries an implicit warning. The passion that elevates can equally devastate, as evidenced by the legendary consequences of Helen's beauty in myth. In this way, the work captures a tension between the elevating potential of love and its capacity to sow discord, a duality that mirrors the broader complexities of human experience. Moreover, David's composition is marked by an exquisite balance between narrative detail and formal abstraction. The setting, while minimalistic, alludes to a classical architectural space, an arrangement of arches or columns that evokes the grandeur of ancient Rome and Greece. This stripped-down environment ensures that every brushstroke and gesture is imbued with significance, directing attention squarely on the emotional interplay between Paris and Helen. The refined simplicity of the background echoes David's broader commitment to clarity and order, ensuring that the viewer is not distracted from the painting's central moral and aesthetic concerns. Ultimately, The Loves of Paris and Helen stands as a testament to Jacques-Louis David's ability to fuse myth with moral and philosophical inquiry. It is not merely a depiction of a romantic encounter. It is an exploration of how desire, when guided by beauty and tempered by reason, can be both a source of profound personal fulfillment and a harbinger of great historical consequence. By elevating a mythological subject to the level of moral allegory, David reaffirms the enduring power of classical ideals that continue to inspire reflection on the nature of love, beauty, and the human condition. Jacques-Louis David's The Lictors. Bring to Brutus the Bodies of His Sons is a powerful oil painting that masterfully combines historical narrative, emotional intensity, and political symbolism. Housed in the Louvre, this work stirred considerable controversy in the early months of the French Revolution, at a time when the royal court imposed strict censorship to control propagandistic imagery. When news spread that the government had initially refused to exhibit David's painting, the public's outrage and the intervention of art students forced the royal family to relent, ensuring that the painting was hung in the salon. This incident not only underscores the work's inflammatory subject matter, but also highlights its resonance with the revolutionary spirit of the period. The canvas portrays Lucius Junius Brutus, the legendary Roman patriot celebrated for expelling the last tyrant, Tarquin the Proud, from Rome. In David's rendition, Brutus is depicted as a grieving father, torn by the unbearable necessity of sacrificing his own sons Titus and Tiberius in order to preserve the Republic. According to Livy, Brutus ordered their execution because they had conspired with royalists intent on restoring the monarchy. This act of state-sanctioned filicide, while a moral paradox, is rendered with the solemn dignity and stoicism that characterize neoclassical art. In the composition, David adopts a radical and unconventional format. Brutus is placed at the extreme left, seated on a klismos, a classical Greek chair, familiar from painted pottery and mid-5th century bas-reliefs. His figure is largely shrouded in shadow, with his face set in a determined scowl that betrays the inner turmoil beneath his stoic exterior. The awkward, crossed posture of his feet further connotes the conflicted anguish of a father bound by duty to his state, yet tormented by personal loss. The features of Brutus were meticulously modeled on the antique Capitoline Brutus bust, of which David owned a copy, ensuring historical and aesthetic accuracy in his portrayal. To the right of the composition, the narrative unfolds with equally powerful symbolism. The lictors, Roman officers who carry the fasces, emblematic of the state's authority, enter the scene bearing the lifeless bodies of Brutus's sons. Their presence heightens the tragic inevitability of the sacrifice, symbolizing the impersonal and inexorable force of civic duty. Alongside, the grieving family members are depicted in varied states of despair. On the far right, a woman, presumably the mother of the slain sons, comforts her 2 daughters, while a servant, cloaked in blue and hiding her face, embodies the deep anguish and foreboding that pervades the domestic sphere. David contrasts these emotionally charged figures with the austere, almost architectural background, a sparse arrangement of space that channels the viewer's focus squarely on the moral and narrative core of the painting. The interplay of light and shadow is particularly effective. While Brutus and his wife are rendered in stark contrast, the former in near darkness to reflect his inner conflict, and the latter in striking light to underscore her overt suffering. Each figure contributes to an overarching dialogue between personal grief and public virtue. Beyond its immediate dramatic impact, the painting resonates as a potent allegory. In depicting the death of royalist traitors through the lens of ancient Roman history, David sends a strong, subversive message of support for the French Revolution. By drawing parallels between Brutus's sacrifice and the contemporary struggle against monarchy, he taps into Enlightenment ideals of civic duty, the rule of law, and the primacy of the Republic. In this context, the work becomes not only a historical narrative, but also a reflection on the painful, yet necessary sacrifices demanded by political change. In sum, the lictors bring to Brutus the bodies of his sons is a masterful fusion of historical storytelling, technical brilliance, and political symbolism. Through its meticulous composition, evocative use of light and shadow, and a narrative charged with moral complexity, the painting encapsulates the enduring tension between personal loyalty and the demands of the state. It remains a timeless testament to the sacrifices inherent in the pursuit of liberty and the enduring power of civic virtue, a message that resonated deeply during the turbulent years of revolutionary France and continues to captivate audiences today. Jacques-Louis David's portrait of Madame Pastoret, 1791, is a compelling example of neoclassical portraiture, where refined technique, disciplined composition, and a deep sense of character converge to celebrate both individual dignity and the broader cultural ideals of the Enlightenment. In this oil-on-canvas work, David captures Madame Pastoret with a quiet strength and understated elegance, presenting her not merely as an aristocratic figure, but as a woman of thoughtful introspection and moral fortitude. Madame Pastoret is rendered with precise, clean lines and a restrained palette that is typical of David's mature style. Her calm, measured expression and direct gaze invite the viewer to contemplate her inner world, one marked by a serene self-assurance and intellectual clarity. David's sensitive handling of light and shadow softens her features, creating a luminous quality that both idealizes and humanizes her, emphasizing her refined character without resorting to theatrical embellishment. The composition is deliberately minimalistic. A plain, unobtrusive background ensures that all attention is directed toward her figure, a technique that reinforces the neoclassical emphasis on order and rationality. Every brushstroke is purposeful, from the delicate rendering of her face and hands to the subtle modeling of the folds in her attire, which together serve to highlight her social status as well as her personal virtues. Her pose, poised yet relaxed, communicates not only the grace of her bearing, but also a quiet resilience reflective of the shifting cultural and political climate of late 18th century France. Painted in 1791, at a time when the fervor of the French Revolution was beginning to stir, the portrait can also be read as a document of its era. While many of David's earlier works celebrated heroic myth and classical virtue, in Portrait of Madame Pastoret, he turns his keen observational skills toward an individual whose measured dignity and introspection hint at the emerging values of a society in transformation. Here, the sitter's sober expression and the painting's restrained aesthetic reflect an embrace of Enlightenment ideals, reason, modesty, and moral clarity that were rapidly gaining ground in revolutionary France. Ultimately, Portrait of Madame Pastoret stands as a testament to David's ability to capture the essence of his subjects with both technical precision and profound sensitivity. Through its disciplined composition, luminous rendering of flesh and fabric, and the serene, thoughtful presence of Madame Pastoret herself, the portrait encapsulates the spirit of its time. It is a work that not only celebrates individual identity and refinement, but also embodies the broader intellectual and cultural currents that would help shape modern Western thought. Today, David is often associated with the French Revolution of 1789, yet while the Oath of the Horatii, 1784, became a visual symbol of the people's struggle, it was painted for a royal patron years earlier. Eventually, he became a full-fledged participant in the revolution, aligning with the radical Jacobin Party. As a member of the National Convention, he oversaw the death of former friends who resisted revolutionary ideals. He even voted in favor of the execution of Louis XVI. At this, his wife left him. He also used his art to support and celebrate the revolution and its heroes, most famously Jean-Paul Marat. His memorial painting of the assassination of Marat would become a central image of revolutionary sacrifice and propaganda. David's writings reflected his enthusiasm to serve. I am making it my duty to answer the noble invitations of patriotism and of glory that will consecrate the history of the most felicitous and most astonishing revolution. David would also organize events, such as the processional relocation of Voltaire's remains to the new Pantheon. David's alliance with the Jacobins soon became a liability, however. He was arrested for treason in August 1794. Due to ill health and a fear that he would try to commit suicide, he was released from prison prior to being granted amnesty in October 1795. A pivotal event in the early days of the French Revolution, the tennis court oath occurred on 20th June 1789, when the members of the National Assembly vowed to each other not to separate and to reassemble wherever circumstances require until the Constitution of the kingdom is established. The Assembly had been called to address the country's fiscal and agricultural crisis, but had been hindered by issues of representation. On the morning of 20th June, the deputies were shocked to discover that the chamber door was locked and guarded by soldiers. Immediately fearing the worst and anxious that an attack by King Louis XVI was imminent, the deputies congregated in a nearby indoor Jeu de Paume court in the Saint-Louis district of the city of Versailles. There, 576 of the 577 members from the Third Estate took their famous collective oath. The only person that did not join was Joseph Martin Dauch from Castelnaudary, who stated he only execute decisions made by the king. During the French Revolution, collective oaths like the tennis court oath were considered as a factor in national unity. Painted between 1790 and 1794, David's portrayal of the event was left unfinished, as political reversals and financial difficulties prevented him from completing the large canvas, which measures 400 by 660 cm and is now in the Musée National du Château de Versailles. The first engravings depicting the tennis court oath appeared in 1790, the year David convinced the Jacobin Club to launch a national subscription to fund a grand painting of the event. He exhibited a pen and brown ink drawing, featured in the following plates, of his planned painting in the Louvre in 1791, but ultimately he did not secure enough money. The subscription had only had a 10% take-up. The National Constituent Assembly thus decided to fund the work from the public treasury instead, which would be bolstered by selling engravings of the painting. David established a studio in the former Les Feuillants Convent to hold sittings for the deputies, then meeting in the nearby Salle du Manège. However, by 1793, he was too busy as a deputy himself to complete his sketch for the painting, and French political life was causing further problems for the doomed project. Mirabeau, one of the heroes of 1789, was now declared an enemy of the revolution on the discovery of his secret correspondence with Louis XVI. A large number of deputies to the National Constituent Assembly had been identified as enemies of the government of public safety, and so David left the canvas unfinished, while the subscribers reclaimed their engraving from him. The The sketch presents all the deputies looking at Bailly, suggesting their unanimous support of him. The only man to refuse to take the oath, Martin Dausch, is portrayed in the lower right-hand corner, offering a counterpoint to the general enthusiasm. The faces are delineated in individual details so that every figure is recognizable. David also includes the monk Dom Gerle, alongside the Protestant pastor Jean-Paul Rabot Saint-Étienne, symbolizing a new era of religious tolerance. The wind blowing through the windows and opening the curtains symbolizes the wind of revolution blowing through France. In 1820, David permitted rights on Jean-Pierre-Marie Jazet's engraving of the tennis court oath to Daniel Isouard de Martouret. The unfinished canvas itself was finally acquired in 1836 by the Royal Museums for the Louvre, where it has been exhibited from 1880 onwards. Jacques-Louis David's The Death of Marat, French, La Mort de Marat, or Marat assassiné. Painted in 1793, stands as one of the most iconic images of the French Revolution. A masterful blend of neoclassical style, personal memorial, and political propaganda. Based on the real-life assassination of the revolutionary leader Jean-Paul Marat, recounted in contemporary sources and inspired by Plato's Phaedo, the painting captures the final dignified moments of Marat as he prepares to drink the poison hemlock. Marat, one of the leaders of the Montagnards and a close friend of Robespierre, was also the editor-in-chief of L'Ami du Peuple. To some, he was seen as an intransigent patriot. To others, a hateful demagogue. His assassination on 13th July 1793 by Charlotte Corday, a young royalist from Caen, who deceived him by promising incriminating details about a counter-revolutionary ring, marked a key turning point in the revolution. Marat, who frequently treated a disfiguring skin disease while seated in his bathtub, accepted Corday into his home, and while still in his bath, she fatally stabbed him with a butcher's knife. Although she left her knife impaled in his chest, David chooses to depict it lying on the ground beside the bathtub, thus allowing the martyrdom of Marat to assume a more graceful, even sanctified, tone. At the center of the composition, Marat is portrayed as an aged yet resolute figure, rendered with precise anatomical accuracy and an almost sculptural quality. Seated in the stark simplicity of his bathtub, his figure is isolated from all distractions, focusing the viewer's attention entirely on his calm, introspective expression. With one hand extended over the cup of hemlock and the other gesturing as if to impart a final lesson, Marat's posture suggests that even in death, his commitment to revolutionary ideals endures. Notably, David idealizes Marat's appearance by omitting any signs of his chronic skin complaint, instead presenting him as a figure reminiscent of a Christian martyr, pure, unblemished, and noble. David's masterful manipulation of light and shadow intensifies the emotional gravity of the scene. A focused, almost divine light bathes Marat's face and the area around his wound, drawing the viewer's eye to the delicate interplay of illumination on his pale flesh and emphasizing the sacrificial nature of his death. The stark contrast between the illuminated figure and the subdued background echoes the chiaroscuro techniques of classical art and reinforces the themes of purity, sacrifice, and martyrdom. The restrained, carefully chosen palette dominated by soft flesh tones, deep shadows, and strategic accents of red and blue reflects both the artist's refined technique and his response to earlier criticisms regarding the use of color in his works. The painting is rich in symbolic meaning. Marat's bathtub, stripped of any extraneous detail, transforms into an altar of sacrifice, a space where his vulnerability is laid bare, and where his nudity signifies a return to truth, unadorned by the trappings of power. Although Charlotte Corday, the assassin, is notably absent from the composition, her presence is subtly invoked. The paper held in Marat's left hand bears her letter, with the words, « Il suffit que je sois bien malheureuse pour avoir droit à votre bienveillance. Given that I am unhappy, I have a right to your help," exposing the deceit behind her act. Meanwhile, in the bottom center of the canvas, Marat's right hand clutches a quill, as he has hastily written a note, authorizing swift payment to a widow and her 5 children. A final act of charity that underscores his munificence and dedication to the revolutionary cause even in his dying moments. David's depiction of Marat is further enriched by subtle references to art history. For instance, art historians have noted similarities between the dying posture and the use of light in Caravaggio's Entombment of Christ, thereby elevating Marat's sacrifice to the level of a sacred, almost divine, martyrdom. Every brushstroke and carefully composed element, from the serene dignity of Marat's expression to the dramatic interplay of light and shadow, communicates an enduring message: that the pursuit of truth and justice may demand the ultimate personal sacrifice. Created during one of the most turbulent periods of the French Revolution, the death of Marat also functioned as potent propaganda. As a prominent Montagnard and Jacobin, David himself served on the Committee of General Security and voted for the death of the king. The artist was deeply invested in the revolutionary cause. The clarity of the narrative and the purity of sentiment conveyed in the painting resonated powerfully with a public eager for heroic symbols, even as political tides shifted. Although the painting was widely admired during the Terror, with several copies commissioned, it later fell into obscurity after the fall of Robespierre and was returned to David in 1795, when he was being prosecuted for his involvement in the Terror. Only with Napoleon's rise did its prominence revive. Over time, the work inspired leading 20th century artists, including Picasso and Munch, and today, the original painting is held at the Royal Museum of Fine Arts in Brussels, a bequest from one of David's descendants in 1886. Several copies by David's pupils survive in museums such as those in Dijon, Reims, and Versailles, while the original letter stained with blood and marked by bathwater remains in the possession of Robert Lindsay, 29th Earl of Crawford. In the death of Marat, David has created a work that transcends a single historical event to evoke timeless themes of sacrifice, truth, and the transformative power of martyrdom. Through its meticulous composition, masterful use of light and color, and its rich symbolic content, the painting remains not only a visual recounting of a tragic moment in revolutionary history, but also a powerful meditation on the price of political commitment. It endures as an iconic image of the French Revolution, a testament to the enduring impact of selfless heroism and the moral complexities inherent in the struggle for justice. Jacques-Louis David's The Death of Young Barras, also known as The Death of Barras or Joseph Barras, painted in 1794 and now housed in the Musée Calvet in Avignon, is a stirring yet incomplete work that encapsulates the fervor and idealism of the French Revolution. Although unfinished, the painting powerfully communicates the tragic heroism of its young subject, a boy who became a symbol of youthful sacrifice for the revolutionary cause. In this work, David employs his signature neoclassical clarity and austere composition to present Barras as both an emblem of martyrdom and a figure of innocence corrupted by the brutal necessities of war. The young hero is depicted with a dignified bearing, his features rendered with the idealized beauty characteristic of David's portraits. His expression, caught between pain and a calm resignation, evokes the paradox of a life cut short by the demands of a nation in turmoil. Even in death, Barras' posture and countenance suggest a noble determination, a final testament to his commitment to the revolutionary ideals of liberty and justice. The painting's composition is striking in its simplicity and focus. With the central figure dominating the canvas, David directs the viewer's attention entirely to Barras' heroic, yet tragic, sacrifice. The restrained color palette and the meticulous delineation of the young boy's form are enhanced by a dramatic interplay of light and shadow, emphasizing the contrast between life and death, innocence and martyrdom. Though the work remains incomplete, leaving portions of the background and certain details underdeveloped, the raw intensity of Barras' portrayal speaks to David's ability to infuse even an unfinished canvas with profound emotional and ideological weight. Beyond its formal qualities, The Death of Young Barras functioned as a potent piece of revolutionary propaganda. Joseph Barras, a young drummer boy whose untimely death was widely publicized, became an icon of self-sacrifice and patriotic zeal during a time when the revolutionary spirit was both a rallying cry and a burden. By immortalizing Barras' death, David not only commemorated a fallen hero, but also underscored the high price of freedom, a message that resonated deeply with a public caught in the relentless struggle for a new social and political order. The incomplete nature of the painting adds an additional layer of poignancy. It can be read as a metaphor for the revolutionary process itself, a continuous, unfinished struggle where every sacrifice, no matter how heroic, is a reminder of the work still to be done. In David's portrayal, the young subject's death is not a moment of defeat, but a clarion call to the living, urging them to carry forward the ideals of the revolution. Ultimately, the death of young Barras stands as a testament to Jacques-Louis David's unparalleled ability to merge aesthetic excellence with a powerful, politically charged narrative. Despite its unfinished state, the painting captures the essence of revolutionary sacrifice, ensuring that the memory of Barras and the ideals he came to represent continues to resonate as a symbol of the cost of freedom and the enduring spirit of the French Revolution. When the new National Convention held its first meeting, David was sitting with his friends Jean-Paul Marat and Robespierre. There he was quick to earn the nickname the Ferocious Terrorist. After Robespierre's agents had discovered a secret vault belonging to the king, proving his plans to overthrow the government, they demanded his execution. The National Convention held the trial of Louis XVI, and David voted for the death of the king, causing his wife, a royalist, to divorce him. The execution brought about an incredibly dark period of history in France, now known as the Reign of Terror, when it is estimated as many as 40,000 people lost their lives. Serving as a president of the convention, David will always be implicated with the many deaths caused during this turbulent time. However, in July 1784, Robespierre was overthrown, effectively bringing the Reign of Terror to an end. David painted only 3 self-portraits, and the last was completed when he was imprisoned for having supported Robespierre, narrowly missing out from being guillotined due to a stomach illness. Following Robespierre's execution, the artist was taken to the house of detention at the Hôtel des Fermes, Rue de Grenelle, where his cell was, in fact, a small studio belonging to one of his pupils that was serving in the army at the time. The conditions of his imprisonment were lenient, and the artist's ex-wife, from whom he had been divorced since March, took their children to see him. One of his pupils brought him painting materials as well as a mirror. It was in front of this mirror that he executed the following self-portrait in August 1794. The canvas is now noted for its power and truthfulness, announcing the captive artist's determination, truth, and self-respect. His scrutinizing gaze at once conveys his eager and passionate character. The image of the man before us has an inquisitive tendency, confirming his identity as a fine interpreter of other people's faces. His fierce enthusiasm emphasizes his determination to penetrate reality and discover its meaning. This is not David the history painter, known for representing reality as an ideal form, but instead, David the portraitist, dedicated to exploring the truth of human nature. Embracing the tradition of the great portrait, the image focuses on the face and hands, while the actual setting is given little detail. Save for the elaborately depicted white shirt and scarf, we are asked to concentrate on the man before us. David grasps his paintbrush in his left hand, stressing his great ability as an artist and perhaps excusing his participation in politics. In his other hand, he grasps his palette, again enforcing his status as an artist rather than a Robespierrist. In the manner of Rembrandt and of Titian, David joins the greatest painters of the school of self-examination. After completing the painting, David gave it to his former student Jean-Baptiste Isabey, through whom it eventually entered the collections of the Louvre in 1852. While in prison, David's eyesight began to weaken, yet his personal and professional life did not suffer. His former wife returned and they remarried in November 1796. In December 1795, he was nominated to the Académie de Peinture et de Sculpture, which had replaced the Royal Academy as the central art institution in France. His work was in demand again, in part because he had gained the favor of the new leader of France, Napoleon Bonaparte. In December 1803, Napoleon named the artist as a Knight of the Legion and commissioned a work commemorating his coronation as emperor. This political association would lead to David's exile when Napoleon fell from power in 1815. David had no place in the Restoration monarchy. King Louis XVIII's government persecuted those who had supported Napoleon, and as a result, David was exiled from France. In January 1816, he and his wife settled in Brussels, where he spent the rest of his life. Jacques-Louis David's portrait of Jacobus Blau, 1795, is a compelling example of his mastery in capturing not only the physical likeness, but also the character and political significance of his subjects. In this portrait, David depicts Jacobus Blau, a prominent Dutch politician and diplomat who served as the representative of the revolutionary Batavian Republic in Paris during a period of immense political upheaval. The painting's refined neoclassical style is immediately evident in its clear, disciplined composition and the restrained use of color, which serve to underscore Blau's dignified and resolute nature. In the portrait, Blau is rendered with a calm, assured expression that reflects his diplomatic acumen and his commitment to the revolutionary ideals of his time. David's careful attention to the modeling of his features and the subtle interplay of light and shadow lend the figure a sculptural quality, evoking the timeless qualities of classical statuary. The sitter's attire is depicted with meticulous detail, with the textures and folds of his clothing suggesting both the formality of his office and the broader aesthetic principles of Enlightenment-era portraiture. This attention to sartorial detail not only situates Blau within the sophisticated milieu of revolutionary politics, but also hints at the refinement and seriousness expected of a representative of the Batavian Republic. The painting's background is deliberately minimal, a hallmark of David's approach that ensures the viewer's focus remains on Blau's commanding presence. By eliminating extraneous details, David reinforces the notion that the man's character and intellect are of paramount importance, The subdued palette, dominated by earthy tones and subtle contrasts, further accentuates the sitter's calm demeanor and intellectual gravitas, while the precise use of light brings out the depth in his gaze and the clarity of his facial features. Contextually, the portrait is loaded with political significance. As the Batavian Republic sought to assert its revolutionary credentials in the heart of Paris, Blau's role as its representative was crucial. David, who was himself deeply involved in the revolutionary politics of his day, imbued the portrait with an aura of seriousness and determination that resonated with the turbulent spirit of the era. The painting not only serves as a personal likeness, but also as a visual statement of the progressive values and diplomatic resolve that were central to the revolutionary movement. Now housed in the National Gallery in London, Portrait of Jacobus Blau continues to be celebrated for its exquisite execution and its powerful encapsulation of a key historical moment. Through his skillful portrayal of Blau, David transforms a straightforward portrait into a timeless meditation on leadership, duty, and the transformative potential of political commitment, ensuring that the legacy of both the sitter and the revolutionary ideals he represented endures well beyond his time. During this politically unsafe time, portraiture would become an important type of work for David. Painting willing subjects would provide uncontroversial subjects, while allowing him to earn lucrative commissions. However, it was a young Corsican general that would win David the most important commission of his career. Napoleon Bonaparte had only just returned to Paris, newly promoted as general, after a very successful campaign in Italy. Blessed with his newfound hero status, Napoleon was able to seek out the city's most famous artist and have his portrait painted by him. The following 1798 canvas is the first of many commissions that David would paint for Napoleon. Its most recognizable trait is that it is unfinished. David later explained that the great hero was such a restless and impatient person that he was unable to make him sit for longer than 3 hours. It is an intriguing painting as it reveals the process in which David would go about constructing an image. From the simple lines that portray a pose to the build-up of layers of heavy paint, the features of a living hero are presented on the canvas, as though they have been summoned from nothing. The image was commissioned to portray the Battle of Rivoli with Napoleon holding the Treaty of Campo Formio in his hand, yet the setting and treaty were never included. Our attention is encouraged to focus on the young and determined gaze of the general, prophesying the monumental effect this subject would have upon the history of Europe. Jacques-Louis David's Psyche Abandoned, circa 1795. is a compelling example of his ability to fuse mythological subject matter with the disciplined clarity and emotional depth of neoclassicism. Although now in a private collection and less widely known than some of his major historical works, the painting encapsulates David's characteristic approach combining precise, sculptural form with a profound psychological narrative. In this work, David turns his attention to the ancient myth of Psyche, a mortal woman whose epic love and suffering have long captivated the human imagination. Here, Psyche is depicted in a moment of profound isolation and despair, rendered with an intensity that speaks to both her personal vulnerability and the larger themes of abandonment and the trials of the human soul. Her posture is one of resignation, yet also of quiet dignity, as she appears solitary against a sparse, almost abstract background that emphasizes the starkness of her emotional state. David's meticulous handling of light and shadow is central to the work's impact. A focused light delicately illuminates Psyche's face and form, drawing the viewer's attention to the subtle play of expression, a mixture of melancholy, introspection, and a resilient spark that hints at the hope of eventual redemption. This controlled illumination, contrasted with the darker tones of the background, heightens the sense of isolation and underscores the classical ideal of clarity that David so masterfully employed throughout his career. The composition is carefully constructed with an economy of detail that is typical of David's neoclassical style. Every element, from the graceful folds of Psyche's drapery to the soft contours of her face, has been rendered with a precision that recalls the ideals of ancient sculpture. The absence of extraneous ornamentation focuses attention entirely on Psyche herself, inviting the viewer to contemplate not only her immediate anguish, but also the broader allegory of human suffering and the search for transcendence in the midst of despair. Symbolically, Psyche Abandoned resonates on several levels. On one hand, the painting captures the timeless myth of a woman abandoned whether by fate, divine will, or the betrayal of love, thereby exploring the fragility and resilience of the human spirit. On the other hand, the work reflects Enlightenment themes prevalent in the late 18th century. The tension between reason and passion, the challenges of personal sacrifice, and the transformative power of enduring hardship in pursuit of a higher, more enlightened existence. In David's rendition, Psyche becomes both a specific mythological figure and a universal symbol of the human condition, her solitude and suffering embodying the emotional cost of striving for love and truth. The work, like many of David's paintings, is imbued with a subtle political and philosophical undercurrent. Although less overtly revolutionary than some of his historical compositions, Psyche Abandoned shares the same aesthetic rigor and moral inquiry, suggesting that even in myth, personal trials mirror the broader challenges of society. Ultimately, Psyche Abandoned stands as a testament to Jacques-Louis David's artistic versatility and his capacity to convey complex human emotions through the timeless language of classical imagery. In its elegant simplicity and emotional clarity, the painting invites viewers to reflect on the enduring themes of love, loss, and the resilience of the human spirit. A meditation that remains as relevant today as it was in the turbulent days of the late 18th century. Jacques-Louis David's The Intervention of the Sabine Women, 1799, stands as a stirring testament to the power of reconciliation and the enduring strength of familial bonds, rendered in the artist's distinctive neoclassical style. The painting depicts the legendary episode following the abduction of the Sabine women by the early Romans, a mythic narrative in which these women, caught between two warring factions, intercede to halt the bloodshed and bring peace to their divided families. In David's composition, the figures are arranged with meticulous clarity and balance. Groups of armed, tense Romans flank the center of the canvas, while the Sabine women, rendered with graceful yet impassioned gestures, step forward as mediators. Their expressions convey a mixture of sorrow, determination, and gentle persuasion, as they embody both the pain of separation and the hope for unity. The work marks a significant departure from David's earlier, more traditionally commissioned historical paintings. Conceived after a visit from his wife while David was imprisoned in the Luxembourg Palace in 1795, the idea to revisit the Roman historical tale of the rape of the Sabine women emerged from his longing for a theme where love could prevail over conflict. This theme, seen as a plea for the people to reunite after the bloodshed of the Revolution, reflects the artist's personal yearning for reconciliation and renewal. Influenced by art historian Johann Joachim Winckelmann and his advocacy of the Grecian style, characterized by noble simplicity and silent greatness in pose and expression, David's approach in this painting contrasts sharply with the Roman style of his earlier works. Drawing on the account of Livy in the first book of his Roman history, David's narrative unfolds with historical allusions. According to Livy, the Romans abducted the daughters of their neighbors, the Sabines, leading to a retaliatory attack on Rome by the Sabines. In a striking moment of the painting, Romulus's wife, Hersilia, daughter of Titus Tatius, the Sabine leader, is depicted rushing between her husband and her father, placing her babies between them in an effort to mediate the escalating conflict. Nearby, a vigorous Romulus prepares to strike a half-retreating Tatius with his spear, yet hesitates, caught in the moral complexity of the moment. The rocky outcrop visible in the background is a subtle reference to the Tarpeian Rock, the ancient site of Roman punishment for treason. Livy recounts how, during Tatius's attack on Rome, the Vestal virgin Tarpeia, daughter of Spurius Tarpeius, betrayed her city by opening its gates for the Sabines, only to be gruesomely crushed to death and thrown from this very rock. This allusion serves as a potent reminder of the costs of civil discord and treachery. David's execution of the painting is marked by a restrained color palette and a careful play of light and shadow that enhances the emotional intensity of the scene. A soft illumination focuses on the central figures, the Sabine women whose presence, almost luminous against a subdued background, becomes the focal point of the narrative. This deliberate contrast not only accentuates their raw vulnerability and nobility, but also reinforces the idea that even in the midst of conflict, the human capacity for empathy and reconciliation can prevail. Notably, David conceived, produced, and promoted this work for profit, a significant shift from the previously commissioned historical depictions of the era. He even provided marketing material to accompany the first exhibition, including his own account of the episode and a preemptive explanation of his use of nudity, anticipating controversy. The painting was exhibited in 1799 to a large audience of paying visitors, and by 1819 David sold it along with Leonidas at Thermopylae to the royal museums for 10,000 francs. If reconciliation was the artist's primary objective, then he was met with great success. Beyond its political and historical resonance, the painting carried a deeply personal significance for David. Throughout his imprisonment and subsequent release, he continued to write letters to his former wife, declaring his unwavering love until they eventually remarried in 1796. Wholly restored to freedom, David retreated to his studio, where he took pupils and largely withdrew from politics, though his work continued to echo the revolutionary ideals that had once defined him. In the intervention of the Sabine women, David not only reaffirms the aesthetic principles of neoclassicism, but also offers a powerful visual argument for the healing power of unity in a divided world. By transforming an ancient Roman tale into a timeless meditation on peace and reconciliation, he encapsulates the hope that love and empathy can overcome even the deepest wounds of civil strife, a message that resonated deeply in post-revolutionary France and continues to inspire viewers today. Housed in the Louvre, this painting is a portrait of the Parisian socialite Juliette Recamier, depicting her in the height of neoclassical fashion. David began work on the portrait in May 1800, though it is believed to have been left unfinished when he learned that François Gérard had been commissioned to paint a portrait of the same model, which Gérard completed in 1802. Apparently, Juliette Recamier thought David worked too slowly and so commissioned his pupil to paint her portrait instead. Infuriated by this, David said to his model, "Women have their whims and so do artists. Allow me to satisfy mine by keeping this portrait." The painting remained in his studio and was probably not seen by the public until after it entered the Louvre in 1826. In 1864, Théophile Gautier wrote of Madame Recamier's, indescribable attraction, like the poetry of the unknown. The distinctive image would become influential to several important artists, including Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres, who produced his famous Grande Odalisque in 1814. Aged at the time 23, Juliette Recamier was the wife of a Parisian banker and a leading figure of society. As the daughter of a notary, she epitomized the social ascension of the new post-revolutionary elite. Her husband had become one of the principal financial backers of the first consul Napoleon. In their mansion, restored by the architect Percier and furnished by the cabinetmaker Jacob, the couple were renowned for entertaining numerous writers and artists, many of whom reportedly fell passionately in love with Madame Recamier. David represents his subject as dressed in the antique style, surrounded by Pompeian furniture in an otherwise bare picture space, which, if not left unfinished, was a particularly avant-garde device for its time. Recamier reclines gracefully on a méridienne, her head turned towards the viewer as she regards us levelly, with confidence, in spite of her youthful appearance. She wears a simple empire-lined dress, with almost bare arms and short hair in the style à la Titus. The room is empty save for the antique sofa, stool and candelabra. She is seen from a distance, her facial features given limited space, suggesting that this is less a portrait of a person than of an ideal of feminine elegance. One of the painting's most innovative aspects is its horizontal dimensions, atypical for a portrait, usually employed in history paintings. The bare space around the figure emphasizes the elegant features of the subject's body, while stressing the importance of neoclassical ideals through the antique accessories. The white dress is counterbalanced by the warm hues of the furniture, the vibrant brush strokes, with the white undercoat still showing through in places, give a sense of spontaneity to the image, as though we have caught the attention of the famous socialite at an unexpected moment. Jacques-Louis David's Napoleon Crossing the Alps, also known as Napoleon at the Saint-Bernard Pass or Bonaparte Crossing the Alps, originally titled Le Premier Consul Franchissant les Alpes au Col du Grand Saint-Bernard, is a landmark achievement of neoclassical art that fuses historical grandeur with powerful political imagery. Painted between 1801 and 1805, this series of 5 oil-on-canvas equestrian portraits presents a strongly idealized view of the historic event in May 1800, when Napoleon Bonaparte led his army through the Great St. Bernard Pass in the Alps. Initially commissioned by the King of Spain, the composition transforms a challenging military maneuver into a heroic act, a moment that would come to symbolize Napoleon's rise to power. In these canvases, David portrays Napoleon not merely as a military commander, but as an almost mythic figure, embodying virtues of leadership, determination, and unyielding courage. The idealization is evident in the way Napoleon is rendered astride a powerful striding horse, his visage calm and resolute, and his posture imbued with an air of noble command. His head is held high, his eyes fixed forward, and his cloak billows dramatically, a gesture that transcends the literal reality of the arduous crossing to evoke destiny and divine favor. David's meticulous attention to anatomical detail and the robust modeling of the horse amplify the dynamic energy of the scene, linking the powerful motion of the animal with the determined drive of its rider. The series is celebrated for its masterful use of light and color. David employs a clear, radiant light that seems to emanate from an almost otherworldly source, bathing Napoleon and his steed in a luminous glow against the rugged, stark backdrop of the alpine terrain. The dramatic contrast between the illuminated figure and the dark, imposing mountains underscores the tension between man and nature, a struggle that Napoleon appears fated to overcome. The limited yet powerful color palette reinforces the sense of order and clarity that are hallmarks of the neoclassical style, endowing the scene with a timeless, almost sculptural quality. A particularly significant version within this series is the original painting held at Malmaison. In this definitive work, David's vision reaches an even greater level of intensity and symbolic richness. The Malmaison version elevates the heroic imagery to a near-mythical realm. Napoleon's figure is rendered with vigorous, expressive brushwork that accentuates the dramatic interplay between light and shadow. Here, his dynamic pose captured with heightened energy seems to embody both the physical challenges of the crossing and the symbolic struggle for national renewal. The rugged alpine background is portrayed with meticulous detail, its snow-capped peaks and swirling mists evoking a sublime atmosphere that hints at both the peril and the transcendence of the moment. This version is not only a technical tour de force, but also a masterful piece of political propaganda, crafted to cement Napoleon's image as a predestined leader who could overcome nature's fury and forge a new era for France. Symbolically, the series elevates the event of the Alpine crossing to the level of national myth. By capturing this moment with such grandeur, David not only commemorates a significant military feat, but also crafts a visual narrative that speaks to the revolutionary transformation of France. Napoleon's portrayal as a determined leader breaking through natural obstacles serves as a metaphor for overcoming adversity and initiating a new era of order and progress. A message that resonated deeply with a society emerging from the tumult of the French Revolution. Moreover, David's work reflects his own political convictions and his skill as a propagandist. Through the idealized depiction of Napoleon, he creates an image that exalts military prowess as a means to achieve national renewal, aligning with the broader aspirations of post-revolutionary France. The original Malmaison version, in particular, is a testament to this vision, encapsulating not only the physical might of Napoleon, but also the ideological promise of a nation reborn. In sum, the Napoleon Crossing the Alps series stands as a timeless exemplar of neoclassical art and political imagery. By transforming a concrete military maneuver into an enduring symbol of heroism and destiny, Jacques-Louis David redefines the boundaries of historical painting. The original version held at Malmaison, with its dynamic composition, sublime treatment of light and landscape, and potent political symbolism, remains a definitive representation of Napoleon's mythic stature, a work that continues to inspire and captivate audiences as a powerful testament to the transformative power of leadership and the enduring spirit of revolutionary ambition. Jacques-Louis David's The Portrait of Pope Pius VII, 1805, is a masterful example of neoclassical portraiture that blends political purpose with refined artistic execution. Painted as a gesture of gratitude to Pope Pius VII for his participation in the coronation of Napoleon III, the portrait carries complex layers of meaning that go beyond a mere likeness. In David's work, the Pope is rendered with a dignified austerity that reflects both his religious authority and the delicate political nuances of the time. In the portrait, Pope Pius VII is depicted with a calm, composed demeanor. His expression is one of quiet resignation rather than overt enthusiasm, a subtle nod to his actual role during the coronation ceremony, where he was more a respectful spectator than an active participant in blessing the emperor. This reserved countenance contrasts with the grand theatrical representations often seen in ceremonial contexts and underscores the tension between religious duty and political obligation. David's rendering captures the Pope's inner strength and moral fortitude, qualities that were essential during a period marked by revolutionary change and imperial ambition. The composition of the portrait is both elegant and restrained. David employs his characteristic use of clean lines and a balanced structure to focus the viewer's attention on the Pope's face and hands. The gentle modeling of his features, soft contours, a slight furrow of the brow, and the measured set of his lips imbues the figure with a sense of gravitas. Subtle play of light accentuates the textures of his garments and the calm, almost introspective quality of his expression, suggesting a spiritual depth that transcends the political implications of his role. Symbolism in the painting is carefully interwoven. While Pope Pius VII is remembered in David's monumental The Coronation of Napoleon as actively blessing the emperor, the portrait offers a more nuanced interpretation. Here, his resigned expression speaks to the complex reality of his participation. He is portrayed not as an enthusiastic endorser of imperial ambition, but as a man bound by duty to his office, caught between the timeless responsibilities of spiritual leadership and the fleeting, often turbulent, demands of secular power. In this sense, the portrait serves as both a tribute and a subtle critique, a reminder of the human cost inherent in political ceremonies, where appearances often mask deeper ambivalence. The color palette is deliberately subdued, reinforcing the sober mood of the portrait. Earthy tones and soft contrasts dominate the composition, creating an atmosphere of quiet dignity. The background, rendered in minimalistic tones, ensures that no detail detracts from the figure of the Pope, while also evoking a sense of timelessness and order that are central to neoclassical aesthetics. Every brushstroke is measured, reflecting David's commitment to clarity and precision, a visual language that resonates with the Enlightenment ideals of reason and restraint. Historically, this portrait is significant not only as a work of art, but also as a document of its era. The coronation of Napoleon was a transformative event, and Pope Pius VII's presence, though more symbolic than active, was crucial in legitimizing the new regime. By painting the Pope with such refined sensitivity, David acknowledged the delicate balance between the revolutionary forces of France and the enduring authority of the Catholic Church. The portrait therefore functions on multiple levels: as a formal thank you, a subtle political statement, and a meditation on the nature of power and duty. In sum, the portrait of Pope Pius VII stands as a compelling testament to Jacques-Louis David's artistic genius and his ability to navigate complex political landscapes through art. With its disciplined composition, understated emotional depth, and intricate symbolism, the painting not only honors Pope Pius VII's role at the coronation of Napoleon, but also invites viewers to reflect on the interplay between personal conviction and institutional responsibility. It remains a timeless example of how art can capture the subtle nuances of history, politics, and human expression all at once. Jacques-Louis David's The Coronation of Napoleon, Le Sacre de Napoléon, completed in 1807, is a monumental masterpiece that encapsulates the grandeur, political ambition, and transformative spirit of the Napoleonic era. Measuring nearly 10 meters wide by just over 6 meters tall, this enormous oil painting dominates its space at the Louvre Museum in Paris, offering a visual narrative that both glorifies Napoleon Bonaparte and redefines the symbolism of imperial power. Commissioned in September 1804 under the official title Consecration of the Emperor Napoleon I and Coronation of the Empress Josephine in the Cathedral of Notre-Dame de Paris on 2 December 1804, the work was conceived to commemorate the historic coronation ceremony at Notre-Dame de Paris and to serve as a lasting testament to the new order that Napoleon sought to establish. David began work on the painting on 21 December 1805 in the former chapel of the College of Cluny, near the Sorbonne, a space that provided an ideal workshop for his grand vision. Assisted by his student Rouget, he applied the finishing touches in January 1808. The painting was exhibited at the Salon from 7 February to 24 March 1808, and later presented to the Salon Decennial Prize competition in 1810. Originally retained as David's personal property until 1819, it was then transferred to the Royal Museums, stored in the reserves until 1837, installed in the Chamber Sacre of the historical Palace of Versailles on the orders of King Louis-Philippe, and finally transferred to the Louvre in 1889, where it remains today. In his depiction, David transforms the coronation ceremony into an epic narrative filled with symbolism and idealization. While historical accounts note that Pope Pius VII was present during the event blessing, Napoleon David deliberately refrains from showing Napoleon crowning himself, an act that might have implied an unacceptable pledge of obedience to the pontiff. Instead, he chose to depict the coronation of Josephine by Napoleon, with the Pope bestowing his blessing on the Empress. This nuanced decision reflects both David's political sensitivity and his artistic vision of reconciling traditional religious authority with revolutionary change. The composition of the painting is organized around multiple axes that reflect the disciplined principles of neoclassicism. One prominent vertical axis passes through the cross, establishing a sense of order and emphasizing the sacred nature of the ceremony, while a diagonal line running from the Pope to the Empress creates a dynamic interplay that guides the viewer's eye across the canvas. Napoleon himself occupies the central position, dressed in coronation robes reminiscent of those worn by Roman emperors, and his head is crowned with a splendid golden wreath, a powerful symbol of his destined leadership. Although Empress Josephine was actually 41 at the time, David idealizes her appearance, portraying her in profile with a youthful elegance that contrasts with the rich, decadent yellow ochre of the cross-bearer's cope. The painting's detailed rendering of costume and regalia is remarkable. David employs a remarkably rich palette to depict the textures of velvets, furs, satins, and lamés, each element meticulously painted to evoke the opulence of the coronation. Grouped around the altar near Napoleon are the chief dignitaries Cambacérès, the Lord Chancellor, Marshal Berthier, the Grand Veneur, Talleyrand, the Lord Chamberlain, and Lebrun, the chief treasurer, while Madame de la Rochefoucauld carries the Empress's train and the Emperor's sisters, along with his brothers Louis and Joseph, appear in the composition. Each figure is rendered with the clarity and precision characteristic of David's work, contributing to a meticulously orchestrated scene that exalts the unity of state, church, and imperial authority. Symbolism pervades the work, as the setting in the iconic Cathedral of Notre Dame ties the event to France's sacred history, while simultaneously asserting the revolutionary reordering of power. The luminous quality of the canvas achieved through a focused, almost divine light that bathes the central figures against a rugged architectural backdrop enhances the dramatic tension and imbues the scene with a sense of timelessness. Napoleon himself once declared his delight in the finished canvas, remarking that it was not a painting. You can actually walk around the scene. Life is everywhere. A sentiment that underscores the immersive quality of the work and its ability to grant the everyday French citizen a rare glimpse into an event reserved for the elite. Influences on David's work are evident, notably the impact of Rubens's coronation of Queen Marie de' Medici, which similarly depicted a ceremonial crowning in a historical context. David's process was thorough. Numerous studies, both painted and drawn, preceded the execution of the work, and he even fashioned a model using dolls in costume to experiment with the composition. Such meticulous preparation ensured that every detail, from the determined gaze of Napoleon to the subtle interplay of light and shadow across the figures, was rendered with a precision that elevates the painting to the status of a national myth. In sum, the coronation of Napoleon is a tour de force that masterfully blends historical record, symbolic allegory, and artistic idealism. Through its grand scale, dynamic composition, and rich iconography, the painting not only commemorates a pivotal moment in French history but also encapsulates the transformative ambition of the Napoleonic era. The original version, held at Malmaison in particular, remains a definitive representation of this mythic event, a powerful visual statement that continues to captivate audiences as a testament to the enduring legacy of imperial grandeur and revolutionary ambition. Jacques-Louis David's Sappho and Phaon, 1809, is a striking example of neoclassical art applied to a mythological subject, where beauty, love, and divine intervention intertwine in a masterful composition. Commissioned by Prince Nikolai Yusupov for his Moika Palace, the painting features Cupid alongside the legendary poet Sappho and her lover Phaon, encapsulating themes of passion and idealized beauty in a manner that is both refined and emotionally charged. In typical David fashion, the composition is characterized by its clarity and balanced arrangement. Sappho is portrayed with an air of contemplative grace, her features rendered in an idealized manner that underscores her status as a symbol of poetic beauty and sensitivity. Phaon, depicted as her ardent lover, complements her figure with a posture that exudes both admiration and a heroic resolve. At the center, Cupid, often the emblem of love's capricious and transformative power, acts as a unifying force, bridging the human passion of Sappho and Phaon with the divine, eternal quality of their affection. David's use of light and color further enhances the narrative. A soft, diffused light gently illuminates the figures, highlighting the delicate contours of their features and the sumptuous textures of their garments. The palette, while restrained, is rich in its subtle contrasts, evoking both the tender intimacy of the scene and the timeless quality of classical mythology. The interplay of light and shadow creates a sculptural effect, reinforcing the neoclassical ideals of form and proportion that David so masterfully embraced. Symbolically, the painting delves into the nature of love and artistic inspiration. Sappho, revered for her lyrical genius, is portrayed not merely as a mortal figure, but as an emblem of the enduring power of beauty and art. Her interaction with Phaon and the presence of Cupid suggest that love is both a personal experience and a divine gift, a force capable of transcending the ordinary to achieve something truly sublime. The delicate balance between the human and the divine in the painting speaks to the Enlightenment fascination with reconciling emotion with reason, a theme that resonates throughout David's oeuvre. Now housed in the Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg, Sappho and Phaon is the only painting by David in that prestigious collection, underscoring its unique status and the international appreciation of his work. The painting not only reflects David's technical precision and mastery of composition, but also his ability to infuse classical narratives with a fresh, contemporary relevance, an approach that continues to captivate audiences today. In sum, Sappho and Phaon stands as a testament to Jacques Louis David's genius in merging mythological subject matter with neoclassical ideals. Through its balanced composition, evocative use of light and color, and rich symbolic content, the painting celebrates the eternal themes of love and beauty while affirming the artist's enduring influence on the trajectory of Western art. Jacques Louis David's The Distribution of the Eagle Standards, 1810, is a striking example of neoclassical painting that encapsulates the martial spirit and imperial ambition of post-revolutionary France. This monumental oil painting depicts a military ceremony from 1804, arranged by Napoleon after his assumption of power as Emperor of the French, in which he sought to revive the military ethos and grandeur of the ancient Roman Empire. In the painting, David masterfully transforms a ceremonial event into a grand narrative of power and order. The composition is meticulously organized, with every figure and gesture serving to reinforce the themes of discipline, unity, and imperial destiny. At the center of the canvas, Napoleon's presence is strongly felt even if he is not the focal point of every detail. The distribution of the eagle standards, a potent symbol borrowed from Roman legions, serves as a visual metaphor for the transfer of authority and the reconstitution of a disciplined, loyal military force. These eagle standards, rendered with precise detail and placed prominently in the composition, signify not only military honor, but also the rebirth of imperial tradition under Napoleon's rule. David employs a restrained yet powerful color palette and uses light with surgical precision. Strong, focused illumination highlights key figures and ceremonial objects, while deep, somber backgrounds evoke a sense of solemnity and gravitas. The interplay of light and shadow accentuates the structured, almost sculptural forms of the soldiers and officers, whose disciplined poses and determined expressions mirror the rigid order of Roman military practice. This rigorous clarity is a hallmark of David's style and a deliberate nod to the classical ideals that inspired him, particularly the grandeur and austerity of ancient Rome. Every element of the painting contributes to its overarching narrative. The dignified posture of the military figures, the careful arrangement of the eagle standards, and the strategic positioning of the officers all speak to a reinvigorated sense of national pride and military might. Napoleon's vision to emulate the Roman Empire is not simply about aesthetics. It is a political statement meant to unify his army and instill in it a deep-seated loyalty and valor reminiscent of Rome's legendary legions. Historically, the ceremony depicted in the distribution of the eagle standards was designed to symbolically bind the army to Napoleon's new regime. By reviving symbols of ancient Rome, Napoleon aimed to legitimize his power and inspire his soldiers with a renewed sense of identity and purpose. David's portrayal of the event is both celebratory and propagandistic, imbuing the scene with the idealized spirit of patriotism and martial discipline that characterized the Napoleonic era. The painting's grandeur and meticulous attention to detail resonated with contemporary audiences, reinforcing the narrative of Napoleon as a visionary leader capable of restoring order and glory to France. In sum, the distribution of the eagle standards stands as a testament to Jacques-Louis David's genius in merging historical narrative, political ideology, and artistic excellence. Through its disciplined composition, evocative use of light and color, and richly symbolic imagery, the painting not only captures a pivotal moment in French military history, but also articulates the enduring power of imperial symbolism. It remains a powerful visual document of Napoleon's ambition to revive the legacy of the Roman Empire, a legacy that, through David's brush, continues to inspire admiration for the virtues of order, discipline, and national unity. Jacques-Louis David's The Emperor Napoleon in his study at the Tuileries, French, Napoléon dans son cabinet de travail aux Tuileries, painted in 1812, is a masterful example of David's ability to blend detailed realism with potent symbolism to create a portrait that is both a political statement and an intimate glimpse into the life of a transformative leader. This work was one of the last commissioned portraits of Napoleon, undertaken after David's grand coronation painting when further commissions from the emperor had largely ceased, partly due to the exorbitant fees David charged. In a final commission by the Scottish nobleman Alexander Hamilton, 10th Duke of Hamilton, for a colossal fee of 1,000 guineas, David was tasked with capturing the emperor in his study at the Tuileries Palace. Originally exhibited at Hamilton Palace, the painting changed hands several times, being sold to Archibald Primrose, 5th Earl of Rosebery in 1882, then purchased by the Samuel H. Kress Foundation in 1954, and ultimately found its home at the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C. In this portrait, David provides a more intimate and candid view of Napoleon. Unlike earlier, more heroic portrayals that idealized his features, this work shows Napoleon standing at 3/4 life-size, dressed in the uniform of a colonel of the Imperial Guard, Foot Grenadier. A striking ensemble of blue with white facings and red cuffs. He is adorned with his Légion d'honneur and Order of the Iron Crown decorations, gold epaulets, white French-style culottes, and white stockings. His face, turned directly toward the viewer, is rendered with a realism that offers a genuine view of his features, and his right hand is placed casually in his jacket, adopting his famous, almost signature pose. The setting of the portrait is equally significant. The study at the Tuileries is depicted with meticulous attention to detail, its ornate desk crowded with books, dossiers, and rolled papers that hint at the tireless nature of the military commander. Notably, small details. The unbuttoned cuffs on his uniform, wrinkled stockings and disheveled hair, along with the low candles and a clock showing a time past 4 in the morning, suggest that Napoleon has been up all night, perhaps drafting laws as evidenced by the word code visible on one of the rolled papers. This array of details emphasizes his civil status and the administrative burdens he carries, marking a shift from earlier portraits that accentuated his heroic character to one that stresses his role as a statesman. David's composition is meticulously structured, blending the intimate atmosphere of a personal workspace with the grandeur of imperial power. The careful play of light and shadow not only highlights Napoleon's composed visage and the intricate details of his uniform, but also imbues the overall scene with an air of quiet dignity. The refined earth tones and rich accents of color work in tandem to create a harmonious balance, reinforcing the values of order, efficiency, and rational authority that were central to the Napoleonic regime. Moreover, the painting is replete with symbolic references. The presence of fleur-de-lis and heraldic bees in the composition subtly alludes to the stability of the imperial dynasty and the continuity of French tradition, even as Napoleon forged a new era for the nation. The juxtaposition of military regalia with objects of administration, such as maps and documents, further underscores Napoleon's dual identity as both a formidable military leader and an effective modern administrator. Ultimately, the Emperor Napoleon in his study at the Tuileries is not merely a portrait. It is a carefully constructed icon of imperial power and civil responsibility. By merging a genuine, less idealized depiction of Napoleon with a richly detailed setting that speaks to his tireless work ethic, David provides an enduring image that captures the transformative spirit of the Napoleonic era. Through its disciplined composition, evocative use of light and shadow, and the wealth of symbolic details, The painting offers a multifaceted narrative that continues to resonate as a testament to the complex legacy of one of history's most influential figures. Jacques-Louis David's Leonidas at Thermopylae is a powerful work that encapsulates the neoclassical celebration of heroic sacrifice and steadfast patriotism. In this oil-on-canvas painting, which currently hangs in the Louvre in Paris, David reinterprets the ancient Greek legend of King Leonidas and his 300 Spartans at the Battle of Thermopylae, a moment when valor met overwhelming odds. The painting transforms this historic stand into a timeless symbol of courage and self-sacrifice in the service of freedom. Leonidas is depicted at the forefront of the composition, his muscular form and resolute expression embodying the Spartan ideal of stoic determination. David renders his subject with meticulous attention to anatomical detail, emphasizing not only his physical strength, but also the inner fortitude that defines true leadership. The figure of Leonidas, poised and unyielding in the face of a vast enemy, is a striking reminder of the power of discipline and duty, a theme central to both ancient Greek tradition and the Enlightenment ideals that informed neoclassical art. The composition is marked by its clear, disciplined structure. David uses strong linear forms to organize the scene, drawing the viewer's eye toward the central figure of Leonidas. The surrounding figures, representing his loyal soldiers, are arranged in a dynamic yet orderly fashion, each contributing to the overall narrative of communal sacrifice and resolute unity. The narrow mountain pass of Thermopylae is suggested through subtle background details that evoke both the natural barriers and the sense of confinement in which the Spartans made their heroic stand. David's masterful use of light and shadow further enhances the emotional intensity of the scene. A focused illumination highlights Leonidas and casts deep, dramatic shadows that emphasize the tension of battle and the stark contrast between light and darkness, a visual metaphor for the struggle between freedom and tyranny. The palette is restrained and earthy, with cool blues, warm browns, and touches of red that evoke both the harshness of the environment and the bloodshed of combat. Symbolism is abundant throughout the work. Leonidas's unwavering gaze and heroic posture speak to the enduring legacy of self-sacrifice for the greater good, an idea that resonated deeply in a period when revolutionary fervor and national pride were transforming European society. David's portrayal of this ancient battle is not a mere historical record. It is a deliberate invocation of classical ideals, designed to inspire contemporary audiences with a vision of honor, discipline, and civic duty. In essence, Leonidas at Thermopylae stands as a testament to David's ability to fuse myth, history, and political ideology into a single, compelling image. Through its disciplined composition, evocative use of light and color, and rich symbolism, the painting celebrates the spirit of heroic resistance, a message as resonant today as it was in the storied past of ancient Greece. This work remains a quintessential example of neoclassical art, reflecting both the timeless nature of its subject matter and the enduring influence of classical ideals on the course of Western art and thought. Despite failing health, he continued to work, taking commissions for portraits and completing his last great painting, Mars Disarmed by Venus and the Three Graces in 1824. At this time, some of his students tried to negotiate his return to France, but angry at the country that had turned him away and perhaps aware that neoclassical style was no longer in fashion there, he refused any attempt. He even rebuked one student who had requested his signature on a petition for amnesty, stating, "Never speak to me again of things I ought to do to get back. I do not have to do anything. What I ought to have done for my country, I have already done. I founded a brilliant school. I painted classic pictures that the whole of Europe came to study. I have fulfilled my part of the bargain. Let the government now do the same." David died in Brussels in 1825. His wife, also in poor health, had returned to Paris for medical treatment and was not with him in his final days. The French monarchy refused to allow his body to be returned to France for burial. Allegedly, after his wife died, their son secretly placed David's heart in her coffin, and she was buried in Paris. As part of the 200th anniversary of the Revolution, the French government tried to repatriate David's remains in 1989, but the Belgian government refused based on the argument that his grave had become a historical monument. Jacques-Louis David's Love and Psyche, or Cupid and Psyche, painted in 1817 and now housed in the Cleveland Museum of Art, is a luminous example of neoclassical mythological painting that explores the timeless themes of love, transformation, and the union of the mortal with the divine. In this work, David revisits the classical myth originally recounted in texts such as Apuleius's The Golden Ass, to portray the tender transformative relationship between Psyche, the mortal maiden, and Cupid, the god of love. David arranges the composition with a refined clarity and balance characteristic of his mature style. Cupid and Psyche are rendered as idealized figures whose graceful forms and measured gestures speak to both physical beauty and inner nobility. Typically, Psyche is depicted with a gentle, contemplative expression that suggests vulnerability and a yearning for transcendence, while Cupid is portrayed with a playful, yet determined air embodying the dual nature of love as both an irresistible, passionate force and a guiding light that leads to personal transformation. The artist's meticulous use of light and color is central to the painting's evocative power. A soft, diffused light bathes the figures, enhancing the delicate contours of their features and creating a luminous quality that seems to emanate from within the scene. This interplay of light and shadow not only accentuates the sculptural quality of the forms, but also imbues the work with an ethereal atmosphere, suggesting that love itself is a radiant, transformative energy. The restrained yet harmonious color palette composed of subtle pastels and warm earth tones ensures that the focus remains on the emotional and symbolic interaction between the two central figures. The background of Love and Psyche is rendered with deliberate minimalism. By stripping away unnecessary detail, David directs all attention to the intimate encounter between Cupid and Psyche. This uncluttered setting reinforces the neoclassical emphasis on purity of form and clarity of narrative, allowing the symbolic resonance of the myth to take center stage. In this context, Psyche's metamorphosis from mortal frailty to an elevated, almost divine state is depicted as the ultimate triumph of love, a theme that resonates on both personal and universal levels. Symbolically, the painting is rich with meaning. Psyche's gentle, reflective demeanor captures the essence of human vulnerability and the longing for spiritual fulfillment, while Cupid's dynamic yet tender presence represents the transformative power of love. Together, they exemplify the belief that love has the capacity to elevate the human spirit, bridging the gap between the mortal and the divine. David's rendering of these figures, idealized yet emotionally accessible, invites viewers to contemplate the eternal interplay between desire, beauty, and the potential for renewal that lies at the heart of the human experience. Moreover, Love and Psyche reflects David's mature artistic vision, a return to mythological subjects that, after years of politically charged historical and revolutionary themes, allowed him to explore universal emotions free from immediate political context. In doing so, the painting not only celebrates the beauty and transformative power of love, but also underscores the enduring appeal of classical myths as vehicles for expressing fundamental truths about the human condition. In sum, Love and Psyche stands as a masterful synthesis of aesthetic elegance and deep symbolism. Through its balanced composition, luminous use of light and color, and rich allegorical content, the painting offers a timeless meditation on love's ability to transform and elevate, inviting viewers to experience a moment of intimate connection with a myth that continues to inspire across the ages. Jacques-Louis David's The Farewell of Telemachus and Eucharis, 1818, now in the J. Paul Getty Museum represents a return to mythological themes imbued with tenderness and introspection after years of politically charged historical works. In this painting, David explores the poignant moment of parting between Telemachus, the son of Odysseus, and his beloved Eucharis, transforming their mythological farewell into a meditation on youthful love, duty, and the inevitable passage of time. In the composition, the two figures are arranged in a harmonious, balanced setting that draws the viewer's eye along a gentle diagonal connecting them. Telemachus is portrayed with the noble bearing of a young hero on the threshold of greater responsibilities. His attire, rendered in flowing classical drapery, evokes the ancient Greek ideals of valor and duty. Opposite him, Eucharis exudes delicate grace through her softly rendered garments and wistful expression, conveying both the beauty and the vulnerability of love. Their interaction, full of subtle gestures and expressive eyes, speaks volumes about the bittersweet nature of their parting, a farewell that is both deeply personal and emblematic of the universal experience of loss and separation. David's masterful use of light and color further enhances the emotional depth of the work. A soft, diffuse light bathes the figures, creating an almost dreamlike quality that accentuates the intimate atmosphere of the scene. Warm hues on the figures contrast with the cooler, muted tones of the background, emphasizing the focal point of the emotional exchange. This careful modulation of light not only brings out the delicate nuances in their expressions, the tender resolve in Telemachus's gaze and the gentle melancholy in Eucharis's face, but also reinforces the neoclassical ideal of clarity and order. The background, though understated, is rendered with meticulous detail to evoke a timeless, mythological landscape. Its simplicity ensures that all attention remains on the central figures, allowing the emotional narrative to unfold without distraction. Classical architectural or natural elements subtly allude to the ancient world, reinforcing the painting's roots in Greek mythology while underscoring the enduring influence of classical aesthetics on David's work. Symbolically, the farewell of Telemachus and Eucharis delves into themes that resonate beyond the immediate myth. Telemachus's farewell is not merely a moment of personal parting, but an allegory for the transient nature of life, the clash between youthful passion and the responsibilities of destiny, and the bittersweet inevitability of separation. Through this tender scene, David invites the viewer to contemplate the delicate balance between love and duty, a theme that carried particular poignancy in the post-revolutionary context of early 19th century France. In essence, the farewell of Telemachus and Eucharis stands as a masterful synthesis of technical precision, classical inspiration, and emotional subtlety. It is a work that captures the universal truth of parting with a quiet dignity, offering both an intimate glimpse into the personal sphere of myth and a timeless meditation on the nature of love and loss. Through this painting, David reaffirms his enduring ability to transform ancient narratives into vibrant reflections on human experience, an achievement that continues to captivate audiences today. Jacques-Louis David's The Anger of Achilles, 1819, is a striking exploration of myth and emotion that captures the legendary wrath of the Greek hero in a manner both classically idealized and dramatically intense. Housed in the Kimball Art Museum in Fort Worth, Texas, this oil-on-canvas painting delves into the timeless theme of fury a force that in Homer's Iliad defines Achilles as much as it marks him as a tragic hero. In this work, David channels the spirit of classical antiquity through a meticulously structured composition. Achilles is portrayed with powerful anatomical precision. His muscular form is rendered in a sculptural manner that reflects the influence of ancient Greek art. His posture is dynamic and charged, conveying the raw intensity of his anger through taut, expansive gestures and a fierce, focused expression. The hero's face, marked by a mixture of determination and seething wrath, is the focal point of the painting, a visual manifestation of the tumultuous emotions that drive his actions in battle. David's use of light and shadow in The Anger of Achilles further amplifies the dramatic impact of the scene. A strong, directional light illuminates the contours of Achilles' body and face, casting deep shadows that enhance the sense of tension and movement. This interplay of brightness and darkness not only heightens the emotional charge of the moment, but also echoes the classical chiaroscuro techniques that lend the figure an almost otherworldly presence. The restrained, yet evocative color palette, dominated by earthy tones with striking accents, reinforces both the heroic ideal and the underlying human vulnerability inherent in Achilles' legendary rage. The composition is both disciplined and dynamic, a hallmark of David's mature neoclassical style. Every element, from the carefully rendered drapery to the subtle background details, is designed to support the central narrative of intense emotion and impending action. The setting, though minimal, hints at a classical landscape that situates the myth in a timeless realm where the heroic and the tragic coalesce. Here, David not only celebrates Achilles' physical prowess but also invites viewers to reflect on the duality of his character. A warrior whose unmatched strength is counterbalanced by the destructive nature of his fury. Interpreted as a visual meditation on the perils of unchecked passion, The Anger of Achilles also serves as a broader commentary on the human condition. It captures the inherent conflict between rational control and overwhelming emotion, a theme that resonated in both ancient epic and the intellectual climate of David's own time. Although less celebrated than some of his grand historical works, this painting stands as a testament to David's ability to translate myth into a vivid portrayal of psychological depth. His depiction of Achilles' anger is both a tribute to the power of classical myth and a reminder of the timeless struggle between honor and rage, order and chaos. In sum, The Anger of Achilles encapsulates Jacques-Louis David's genius in melding classical form with emotionally charged narrative. Through its dynamic composition, masterful use of light and shadow, and profound symbolic resonance, the painting offers a penetrating glimpse into the complexities of Achilles' character, a warrior whose fury, while awe-inspiring, also carries the seeds of his own tragic destiny. Jacques-Louis David's Mars, being disarmed by Venus, is a profound final statement from the master of neoclassicism, a work that merges mythological narrative with deeply personal reflection on the nature of conflict and reconciliation. Produced between 1822 and 1824 during his exile in Brussels at the age of 73 and completed just 3 years later, before his untimely death in 1825, this painting stands as his last artistic testament. In his final great canvas, also known by the extended title Mars being disarmed by Venus and the Three Graces, David revisits classical mythology to depict a scene in which Mars, the fierce and imperious god of war, is gradually disarmed by Venus, the gentle and persuasive goddess of love. This bold and puzzling mythological tableau, set against an ornate marble pavilion in the sky and evoking the delicate translucence of painted porcelain, suggests that even the instruments and spirit of war can be subdued by the transformative power of love and beauty. The composition is meticulously arranged in a manner characteristic of David's mature style. Mars is portrayed with robust, muscular anatomy, a figure steeped in the traditional iconography of war. But his posture and expression reveal a subtle vulnerability as he relinquishes his arms and weapons. His figure, rendered nude with a pair of cooing doves tactfully concealing his genitals for the sake of propriety, conveys both raw martial strength and a dawning surrender to love's influence. Venus, in contrast, exudes calm assurance and ethereal grace. Portrayed with a delicate and sinuous form, much thinner than the voluptuous depictions commonly seen, she hesitates to place a crown of roses upon Mars's head, a symbol of submission to the pleasures of the flesh, even as Cupid, rendered with playful precision, unties the god of war's sandal. Notably, Cupid has arranged 2 contrasting arrows at his side, a golden arrow of desire juxtaposed with a leaden arrow of repulsion, emphasizing the duality inherent in the transformative act of love. Behind an antique couch, David introduces the Three Graces, traditionally known as the beautiful handmaidens of Venus. Yet in a departure from convention, these figures are rendered in awkward, almost comical poses. One of the maidens offers a cup of wine to Mars, despite his lack of a free hand. Another childishly rolls his shield along the ground, while the third holds Mars's helmet aloft without apparent purpose. The somewhat garish colors and hard-edged style evident in these figures hint at substantial contributions from David's Belgian assistants, adding an intriguing layer of complexity to the work's execution. David himself declared in December 1823, "This is the last picture I want to paint, but I want to surpass myself in it. I will put the date of my 75 years on it, and afterwards I will never again pick up my brush." His words resonate through this final canvas, which, at over 10 feet high, is as imposing as it is intimate, a fitting capstone to a celebrated career. Most of his models for the painting were drawn from the vibrant world of the Théâtre de la Monnaie. Venus was modeled by the actress Marie Lesueur, Cupid by Lucien Petipa, Mars by a subscriber, and one of the Graces was, intriguingly, the Prince of Orange's mistress. Viewed as a summation of David's artistic journey, Mars being disarmed by Venus transcends its mythological subject matter to serve as a meditation on the possibility of peace after a lifetime steeped in turbulent narratives of war and revolution. In his final years, David appears to have sought solace in the idea that love and reason can prevail over discord, a sentiment that resonates deeply in the gentle subjugation of Mars by Venus. This work can be interpreted both as a personal farewell and as a universal plea for reconciliation, embodying the hope that the passions which drive human conflict might ultimately be tamed by a higher, more enduring force. In transforming the martial energy of Mars into a moment of peaceful surrender, David leaves behind a legacy that is as much about the healing potential of compassion as it is about artistic excellence. Mars, being disarmed by Venus, remains a powerful, multifaceted allegory, a final, bold assertion of neoclassical ideals that continues to inspire reflections on love, war, and the enduring capacity for reconciliation. David used his art to sway political opinion, curry favor with government regimes, and fuel uprisings. His direct political involvement brought history painting in contact with current affairs. This immediacy would inspire later artists to represent the contemporary world. Although the Romantics, many of whom were David's students, would radically reimagine the engagement to criticize those in power, rendering more emotionally laden narratives in a more painterly style. Indeed, David's impact on modernism is most evident in his influence on Romanticism. The latter movement was directly connected to the rise of modern art. Romanticism grew directly out of neoclassicism. Its rejection of the clear moral universe and pictorial precision of neoclassicism was equally a rejection of David's teachings. His students shifted away from the severe narratives of David to more sensuous and complicated Greco-Roman histories and mythologies, providing the first stirrings of Romantic painting. In turn, artists such as Paul Cézanne and Pierre-Auguste Renoir, who were directly influenced by Romanticism, can be connected back to David and his studio. In the 20th century, David's work was such a centerpiece of canonical art history that it was often referred to by artists who wished to make clear political statements while drawing upon the history of art, including Vic Muniz and Yue Minjun.